not just for growth, there is a development dimension, but there is also a strategic dimension to it. Today you have even the World Bank and in the S&P, look at, container port throughput, and so you have 350 ports all across the world getting mapped and indexed, so that it is not just the berths and the cranes and the efficiency rates. Today, I think what much more is that ports are anchors of industrial growth. Today, you have offshore wind farms, you have more sustainable fuels, you have ports that are linked to inland waterways, to industrial corridors. So ports today should be seen as broader hubs. And as such, today, as the trade volumes keep growing up, you have the era of mega ships coming in. I think ports need more funding. You need to have more intensive, new, innovative financing models to fund ports. You also need to have more public and private sector participation. You need to have, for example, for the Quad partners, we are looking at ports as how do we as Quad partners come together and support some of these port projects globally. We don't necessarily have to build up entirely new ports, but can there be a conversation so that you can ensure that, what we increasingly are seeing that over the last decade at least, there are ports which were supposed to be commercial hubs or HADR nodes, but gradually you see that some geographies tend to use these ports for certain other motives. Ports which were supposed to be commercial hubs have gradually turned into listening corridors because you are overseeing or surveilling critical supply chains. So this is an area of concern. Hence, as Quad partners, we have always been pushing for more transparency in infrastructure projects so that these projects do not become military do not meet the military objectives of certain geographies, but definitely can be sources for growth, sources for sustainability, as well as strategic trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nag. If I may now turn to Jorgen Andrews, the Charge d'Affaires at the US Embassy in Delhi. I think we are now, go right ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Indrani. So in their February 2025 joint statement, President Trump and Prime Minister Modi affirmed that a close partnership between the United States and India is central to a free, open, peaceful, and prosperous Indo-Pacific region. And that's the shared vision that guides us today. In that spirit, I'm really honored to be here to open the Quad Ports of the Future Partnership Conference. Great, beautiful city of Mumbai. And special thanks to MEA and the Government of India and to the Ananta Center for bringing us together. I also appreciate the time and expertise of my fellow panel members. I'm looking forward to learning from each of you, as I suspect I'm the least expert person in the room on this topic. And thank you to Adrani for leading us. So the theme of this conference captures the heart of the matter. I think we would all agree that we are committed to shaping a shared vision for resilient, future-ready ports that are enablers of prosperity, connectivity, and security in the Indo-Pacific. From the earliest days of maritime trade, I think we all saw how our ancestors learned to enjoy goods from around the world. Those goods often came by sea, and that remains true for the majority of today's consumers as well. I'm always struck by the fact that in archaeological sites throughout central and southern India, you can find Roman coins, Roman pottery. It's a real testament to the centrality of this part of the world to international trade. But even now, as Nagaraj was mentioning, 80% of the world's trade by volume, over 70% by value is carried by sea. And about 60% of that global maritime trade volume passes through Asia, which makes the ports here in the Indo-Pacific indispensable arteries of the global economy. And as has been mentioned, that full network of ports around the world is what pumps the lifeblood of the global economy. And so American companies everywhere rely on ports to get our goods to market, and of course manufacturers everywhere rely on ports to get their goods to the United States consumers. Fundamentally, we all know that ports create jobs and fuel economies, but they need to be secured or global supply chains will break down. All ports need to be future-proofed through modernization and improved security. And I think that has to be a continual process. It's not just a one-time solution. In the United States alone, ports contribute nearly $3 trillion to our economy and support 1 out of every 8 American jobs. Across the Indo-Pacific, a well-developed port is not just a point of entry and exit, but it's a catalyst for industrial growth, job creation, regional integration, and so much more. So it's no coincidence that the Gateway of India greets seafarers who are arriving here in Mumbai. It's an iconic landmark that really highlights how central ports are to identity and history. Ports are also important nodes in international supply chains, and unfortunately this makes them points of potential vulnerability. And I think we've all seen how disruption at a single port can create global ripple effects. So whether from natural disasters, cyber attacks, or terrorism, we are all worried about port vulnerabilities. And so we have a very important task ahead of us, and that task is to strengthen port resilience, to build redundancy, to diversify our trade corridors, and to ensure logistics systems can absorb those shocks. The very title of this conference tells us where we need to go. We need to build lasting infrastructure and anticipate growth and be ready for tomorrow. And by tomorrow, we mean decades into the future, right? Because port infrastructure needs to last. We must incorporate smart technologies, automated terminals, secure subsea cables, and hardened cyber defenses into our designs. And if we do this together, we can create future-proof ports that would be resilient against cyber risks and evolving maritime challenges. So to meet our ambitious goals, strong partnerships are essential, and that's why this conference is so important. Working together, we can modernize and secure ports that underpin global commerce, support maritime domain awareness, and promote lawful, cooperative prosperity. This conference underscores our commitment to build strong relationships with Indo-Pacific nations, offering technical expertise, capacity building, as well as a process for identifying opportunities for financing regional development. To support this worthy endeavor, the United States is committing resources for ports programs in the Indo-Pacific. And our effort is one component of our partnership with Indo-Pacific countries. By cooperating to strengthen port infrastructure, America and its partners will improve our collective security and prosperity. Together, we'll promote and enhance safe, lucrative global trade. We have a clear goal ahead of us in this conference, but there will be work we must take back to our respective countries. Here in Mumbai, we will articulate a shared vision for resilient, future-ready ports. We will demonstrate our commitment to collaborative infrastructure and technology, and we will frame ports as anchors of Indo-Pacific economic growth and regional stability. Back in Washington, our delegation will draw upon our discussions and as well as the connections that we make here with you all in Mumbai to advance this vision. And as mentioned, I look forward to learning from your collective expertise throughout the upcoming sessions. Your industry knowledge, legal expertise, and practical understanding of the risk mitigation issues are vital to informing our approach. And I'm really confident these conversations will spark some new ideas, allow us to foster ports that will enable prosperity and connectivity and security for all of our countries. And so I thank you again for your time this morning and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Jorgen. You spoke about resilience, interoperability, connectivity, but also security, which without which ports of the future really don't go very far. And for this, I'm going to call upon Peter Cook, Director PCA Maritime from Australia, who brings exactly this expertise to this particular discussion. Peter, over to you.
Timing. G'day. I am from Australia, but I'm a Londoner, so I come from the United Kingdom. And first of all, I'd like to say Dayanabad, which I think is Hindi for thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me here along and to have such a distinguished panel to be part of. My background is maritime security, so that's what I will focus on with my initial comments. But one of the things that is absolutely imperative is that I understand the maritime industry inside out in order to be able to tell them about maritime security. Otherwise, my words fall deep into the water. As we have heard from both of the previous speakers, historically, ports have been and continue to be the economic engines of countries. Especially when you think about Australia, the volume of raw materials that they export and the fact that over 95% of everything they use in the country comes in by sea. But there are so many ports. Historically, whilst people were mucking about in the classical civilizations in the Mediterranean in what effectively is a big lake, in this part of the world, you were transiting the Indian Ocean from one side to the other using the monsoon winds. I've been to Zanzibar, that is a lair of cultures, Swahili, Indian, Omani, and it just shows you exactly what ports are and what they always have been. To revisit Australia, Port Hedland is the largest bulk iron ore port in the world. It exports half a billion tons of iron ore per year. It's enormous. Australia also has the largest coal terminals in the world. Yes, ports are an economic driver, but that also means that they are a magnet for criminals and criminal activities, whether it be physical crime or cybercrime. Therefore, the formulation and implementation of security procedures is paramount if you want the port to remain working and effective. And the other thing that we have to remember is that ports need to be competitive. Every port has to compete with the other ports around. And it isn't just within the country, it is within the oceanic area and indeed the globe. Ports here will be competing with Singapore, Shanghai, and other large ports in the area. Now, as we've heard just before, and this will be one of those worn-out statistics by the end of this week, 80% of all trade moves by sea. But the point is that in order for it to do that, it has to move through ports twice. And ports are unique in so much as whilst a piece of cargo is traveling along the supply chain, the only place that the physical cargo and its digital profile arrive in the same location is in a port. Therefore, ports are very vulnerable to cybercrime. Whether it be that the criminal is using social engineering to get malicious software onto the system so that you have a denial of service, halting the process of the port, or is using ransomware or malicious software. One of the key things in ports is that the volume of trade moving around the world increases year on year by about 3%. There isn't a port in the world that can grow by 3% in real estate terms year on year. Therefore, they have to make up that deficit with technology. And the key thing is, in order for that technology to work, they have to break one of the card. Now, every day we use our computers to pass information. We are using IT. We're all familiar with that. Within a port, that technology is used to segregate containers, for instance, put the containers onto the ship, take them off. That's called operational technology. Ideally, you do not want the two to touch each other. You want a line in the sand or a firewall, a very good firewall between them. If you are going to increase the volume of trade by 3% year on year, you can't do that. You have to integrate the two, which means that it is becoming increasingly easier to halt a port. So the security of the port is fundamental to the way in which it works. Ports also need to think about the future. Now, you may think I'm going to talk about not purely security things, but anything that is within the port comes within the gambit of security. One key thing that is happening at the moment and is going to happen is which fuel will ships be using. At the moment, and I'm not going to give you a complete chemistry lesson here, ships use heavy fuel oil. Every single refinery in the world produces heavy fuel oil from crude oil. The reason being that it's the stuff that nobody wants. It's the residue. It's about 2%. But there are 600, more than 600 refineries around the world in every continent. Therefore, you have set up a distribution system that works. At the moment, there are 23 possible fuels that could be going into ships. 23. Decision not yet made. Some people will go for one, some people will go for the other. But we don't yet know how that will be produced. In 2023, the International Maritime Organization did a survey and discovered that more than 200 million tons of heavy fuel oil was used to move the ships carrying 80% of all trade around the world. This is important. Also, you've got to think about how are you going to manage autonomous ships. They're coming. It's a fact. Why? Because they can't recruit enough people to be on the current fleet of ships. So ports are going to have to work out how that happens. And, of course, quantum computing. That's already happening, and the way it's going to influence AI. This is another absolutely crucial area for maritime security. People have got to be thinking about this. And last, but by no means least, climate change. The water will rise, and that will take out many ports if they're not future-proofed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter, because those are ideas that we should all be thinking about, because as we make ports future ready. From security, I'm going to move to logistics and supply chains, which are as important, if not more, as we look at improving them or making them 22nd century ready. And for that, let me call upon Mr. R. Dinesh, the Executive Chairman of TVS Supply Chain Solutions, and as I say, the logistics king of India. Mr. Dinesh, over to you.
Thank you, and let me add my congratulations to having got off a very good start to this program, to Ananta and obviously the distinguished panel, thank you for allowing me to be part of this. I think it has been already stressed that ports are really the hub of commercial activity. But I think I'm going to focus on how we look at ports, not just from the point of view of movement of trade, but also as creating truly resilient supply chains, which means developing the manufacturing and the hinterland support of it. Now, if I look at how companies make decisions, primary focus would be on how they may enable movement of goods post-production. And the port and its hinterland becomes absolutely the focus when that first decision is made. Now, I have had personal experience of working, whether it be in the US or even other developed markets, where you actually find that the hinterland can extend all the way up to close to about 500 kilometers if you really develop the right set of infrastructure and connectivity along with that. And that, in many cases, is actually done by the port and the Port Development Authority, working closely to develop one, multimodal logistics parks, manufacturing hubs, and like I said, the multimodal connectivity is not just about rail or road, but also about creating necessary visibility of this movement. Now, if I look at the Quad and the ability it provides for making this a future supply chain, I think the real excitement would be if, let us say, raw material is moved from Australia coming into India for basic manufacturing, high-end semiconductors and chips coming in from Japan, and actually the software, the technology is provided by the US. That really makes for what I would call a dream fit of resilient supply chains being built on trust between countries which actually wish to explore the opportunities of working together. If that is to happen, then it has to mean that ports not just be future ready. I think Peter covered a lot about the digital side, but I think what is really important is if we can make sure that everything is being efficiently organized through digital connectivity. And for that to happen, the key is not just about utilization of information, but also how do you forecast information. Here, that's where the AI tools are going to come in. That's where cargo routing is going to come in. In today's advanced world, we still struggle to actually track at what is inside a container, what is inside a pallet. And if that is to happen, and that is to be, so to say, facilitate resilient supply chains, then it means that not just the trust between countries, but the digital information sharing protocols have to be made clear, and of course cybersecurity becomes important for that. The last point I will make is, as we look at the port, what I would call the physical capacity, digital is going to build the efficiency. So the ports of the future, and I would call it the trade of the future, the manufacturing success of the future, whether it be for domestic or for export, is going to depend on continuous benchmarking on what is the best in practice. So I think as a Quad initiative, I would just like to leave a thought that can we at least create a benchmarking tool which the 4 countries can use, and we can have as a benchmark for us to say trade is going to be facilitated using this. So for me, the focus is going to be on resilient supply chain being facilitated by the port, digitally enabled, and I would call it trust between countries, encouraging that.
Thank you, Dinesh. I'm going to turn to Ms. Kali Patridge, the acting deputy head of mission at the Australian High Commission, because Australia plays a really crucial part in development of ports and the future of ports. Kali, up to you.
Thank you, Nagaraj. Good morning, everyone. It's a real privilege to be here, and I'd just like to echo the congratulations to the Ministry of External Affairs and also to the Ananta Centre for pulling such an impressive event together. Australia's really, really proud to work with our Quad partners. Our 4 countries are combining unique and complementary strengths. And this is something that's very applicable to ports. Together, our countries bring together almost a quarter of the world's population, albeit Australia is making the smallest contribution in that specific area, and over a third of the world's GDP. We have combined heft and expertise. India and Australia are both Indian Ocean nations, with Perth being our Indian Ocean capital, and of course we share the Pacific with other Quad partners. We all have a vision for a stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific. And ports are important to cooperation and to trade. They're enablers of economic prosperity, connectivity, and all importantly, stability. By joining our efforts, exchanging ideas, embracing best practices, together we've got the power to shape quality, enduring port infrastructure. And that's so much of what's driving the opportunity in the conversation that we have today. I mentioned that our countries bring different strengths and complementary strengths to bear. Our approach to infrastructure is built on a foundation of transparency, quality, and regional impact. We're very committed to investing in port infrastructure that delivers high standards of construction outcomes, that engages local labour and strengthens local economies and contributes to a more resilient Indo-Pacific. I'd just like to touch on a couple of examples. The Australian Infrastructure Financing Facility for the Pacific, we say AIF, is a really key part of what we're doing. In Papua New Guinea, our PNG Ports Infrastructure Investment Program is refurbishing key ports in the country, starting with Kimbe Port. Later in today's program, our lead, Mr. Sam Walker, is going to talk about our challenges and how we've deepened our technical partnerships through this work. We've also worked to upgrade Tonga's Nuku'alofa port, and we're working with Tuvalu, who I'm so pleased to see are represented here today, on new boat harbours in that country also. We work in the Pacific together on quality infrastructure principles. Quality and integrity, local content, climate resilience, social and environmental safeguards, and responsible financing. In South Asia, we also work with the World Bank, IFC, and Palladium on the South Asia Regional Infrastructure Connectivity Program, and SAREC. From 2019, we've been providing support for technical assistance for the development of Chattogram Port in Bangladesh. And in Southeast Asia, we're working with governments to decarbonise maritime transport and develop green shipping corridors and modernise port regulation. I'd like to touch on an aspect of ports, which is it's also an opportunity for women's economic empowerment. In the projects that we work on with our partners, we have a very strong focus on gender and inclusion. For example, in our work with the Government of Tonga, women hold 67% of project management roles in that port initiative. Through SAREC, we've also delivered training to over 100 women engineers in the energy sector from across the region and created a regional professional network in South Asia. Through the Quad, we of course support the Quad Infrastructure Fellowships Program, and we'll be delivering 420 fellowships to mid-career professionals across the Indo-Pacific. We look forward to this time in Mumbai to help us forge the next steps on the path for Australia. We're really interested in smart technologies, secure subsea cables, and resilient supply chains. Lastly, I just want to mention that partnership with private sector companies is also such an incredible part of the picture here, and we see this event as a further opportunity to engage with the private sector on the opportunities that we share. Again, may I congratulate India on this very impressive conference and the opportunity to speak today. Thank you for having 2 Australians on your panel. Not proportional representation, but we appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. When you spoke about the free and open Indo-Pacific, let me now turn to Misako Takahashi, Deputy Director General International Cooperation at the Ministry Foreign Affairs in Tokyo. Ms. Misa, over to you.
Thank you very much, Indrani, and namaste. Good morning to you all. I am Takahashi Misako, Ambassador and Deputy Director General of International Cooperation Bureau of Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I am truly delighted to be here today on behalf of the Government of Japan to participate in this inaugural session of the Quad Ports of the Future Partnership Initiative in this beautiful town of Mumbai. Let me first of all speak about FOIP and Quad. Japan is proactively promoting free and open Indo-Pacific, so-called FOIP. The genesis of FOIP is sea and marine issues. However, in response to changing international circumstances, FOIP has evolved to include 4 pillars. They are namely rules-based international order, rule of law, enhanced connectivity, and regional capacity building. Next year marks the 10th anniversary of FOIP, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Japan intends to reaffirm FOIP as a pillar of Japanese diplomacy while making FOIP further evolve to be ready to address today's international challenges. In this context, what is important for us is to align and to collaborate with fellow countries to move FOIP forward, and Japan considered Quad members, India, US, and Australia are vital partners in this joint endeavor. From this standpoint, we have high expectation that the announcement of Quad Ports of the Future Partnership in the Wilmington Declaration at the Quad leaders meeting in September last year, as well as today's inaugural meeting, which embodies it, will mark a new step forward for realizing FOIP. Ports are the starting point for economic, security, and connectivity initiative across the oceans. We have high hopes that this meeting will help forge a shared vision among the Quad. You may have also noted that our first female Prime Minister, Takaichi Sanae, mentioned at her inauguration speech that FOIP is a pillar of our diplomacy, and Japan keeps promoting FOIP vigorously. At her policy speech, Prime Minister Takaichi Sanae also expressed her desire to deepen multilateral security consultations, including those among the Quad partners. As such, please rest assured that our new administration under Prime Minister Takaichi Sanae remains strongly committed, if not even more committed, in FOIP through the Quad cooperation. Needless to say, developing infrastructure, including ports, is essential for nations' development. And let me share good examples of Japan to highlight how upgrading port facilities would bring economic gains. Naha Port in Okinawa constructed a dedicated cruise ship berth in order to enhance its capacity to receive cruise ships. This led to roughly 5-fold increase in port calls, boosting tourism spending. Ibaraki Port, which is located north of Tokyo, suffered minimum damage during the Great East Japan earthquake in 2011, thanks to its reinforced earthquake-resistant wharves. Recently, Japan is also working for AI terminals that aims to combine high productivity with excellent working environments by utilizing AI, IoT, and automation technologies. One example is a system to optimize terminal operations by using AI and promoting the introduction of remotely capable cargo handling machinery. We are also keen to support port projects overseas to enhance connectivity and strengthen supply chains in the Indo-Pacific region through various initiatives, including developing quality infrastructure. For example, Japan has been supporting development of Port of Patimban in Indonesia since 2017. Also, let me introduce our recent big international event in Japan and its initiative related to today's discussion. In August, in Yokohama, a city with which Mumbai has a sister city arrangement, Japan hosted the 9th Tokyo International Conference on African Development, so-called TICAD-9. TICAD has more than 40 years of history that Japan and African countries join forces together to promote our friendship and relationship for African development. This year, we jointly presented Economic Region Initiative of Indian Ocean Africa. This initiative is to work together for Africa's integration and industry development in the spheres of Indian Ocean and Africa, which is to be a center of global economic growth. This initiative received support of Prime Minister Modi during the Japan-India Summit meeting at the end of August in Tokyo. We appreciate and consider India's support for this initiative very natural because India is in the middle of Japan and Africa. And currently, US President Mr. Donald Trump is visiting Japan. According to the readout I received this morning, the leaders' meeting between President Trump and Prime Minister Takaichi Sanae went very well, and one of the core principles they reaffirmed is this FOIP, Free Open Indo-Pacific, and Quad. In light of all these very positive developments related to FOIP, I may safely say that we should seize this momentum to bring more prosperity and peace in the region through FOIP, and this is why I'm here today, on this stage, to express Japan's renewed commitment and engagement with India, US, and Australia in Quad collaboration, despite many other competing travel requirements. And to conclude, let me highlight the huge potential we have for Quad and for maritime connectivity. I truly look forward to today's discussion that would give us further impetus for moving forward together as Quad, as well as India-Japan cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Misa. My last speaker this morning is Unmesh Sharadwag, Chairman of the Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, but also a man who has actually created ports, the Vadhavan port being the most aspirational and most modern port of India. Mr. Wag.
Thank you. A very good morning to all of you. I think I am the only person sitting here who is running a port, and I heard from all the expectations from all the esteemed panelists. So, as the theme of this particular conference is concerned, it is a partnership through ports. And with my last 6 years of experience, I can tell you that ports offer immense opportunity for the partnership. And I can tell you with my experience, in JNPA, all the terminals are run by the best companies in the world. We have Port of Singapore, we have DP World, we have Merckx, we have CMS EGM, we have JM Bakshi. So all the world's best port manager are in JNPA. As the additional secretary just mentioned about the Container Port Performance Index, and I'm very happy because of this partnership which we forged with all these best operators in the world. This year we improved our ranking from 96 to 23, which is the highest ever improvement in this particular area. So that is only possible because of the partnership we forged with all the other ports and port operators. As far as the ports efficiency and future ready ports are concerned, the ports should be efficient at its birth in marine, but as Mr. Dinesh rightly said, that the efficiency should go to the hinterland. And in JNPA, It is not only 500 kilometers, we have taken it to more than 1400 kilometers. So we attract cargo from northern parts of India, and we intend to reduce the logistic cost for this also by much percentages. Once the DFC, that is a dedicated freight corridor, which Japan is helping to build in India. So because of that, we can extend our hinterland to far areas, and still the logistic cost is quite low. When we talk about the future ready port, it is not only the efficiency which matters, the environment also matters. So when we are thinking about this particular aspect, digital is the only way go forward. Digital operation not only bring efficiency, reduce cost, but it also increase the visibility of the assets. So an importer or exporter sending his goods or receiving his goods has to know where his goods are and what will be the probable time it will take to deliver or receive it. So this is only possible with the digitalization, and we are also working on it. And as far as the container movement are concerned in India, they got a lot of visibility, at least within an hour, they get the feedback where their assets are lying. The green initiatives, we are not waiting for anyone. We are taking green initiative, and at present JNPA uses 70% of its power, green power. Our SEZ is 100% green. We intend to reduce carbon footprint to zero by 2030, because at present only our marine operations require the heavy fuel oil, just my friend from Australia spoke about, and we have already started investing in green tugs, and I'm very happy that 100% of our tugs will be converted into electric tugs within next 4 years. After that, even JNPA will be net zero. As far as Vadhavan project, we intend to complete it within time. It will be one of the top 10 port of the world, and it will have more than 25 million TEUs capacity. But the most important aspect is it will be a green since inception, and we will not allow even a diesel truck to ply inside the port. So it will be net zero since inception. As far as the corridors are concerned, JNPA, India has taken very seriously the IMEC initiative, which was launched by Honorable PM in G20. And I'm very happy to share that the digital corridor connecting JNPA and Jebel Ali in UAE is ready, and I think in next month we will launch it. So we are moving very fast, and as the theme of this session is a partnership, port has many opportunities for this partnership. We have sister port arrangement with Osaka port, and today we are going to sign one sister port arrangement with Klaipėda port of Lithuania. So port really builds partnership, and port also gives you ocean of opportunities for partnership and progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wagh. I'm now going to open up to the floor for questions and comments. So do raise your hands, and we'll call upon you. Meanwhile, I'm going to kick off with a question to actually Peter. At all the ports that we've all spoken about, all the ports same, or how do you prioritize ports? I mean, how do you categorize them?
I'm sure my colleague will agree with me. Once you've seen one port, you've seen one port. Mm-hmm. There are over 2,000 commercial ports around the world, and certainly every one that I have seen is completely different. They're owned differently, they're managed differently, they've got different terminals, they deal with different cargoes. Geographically, they're in completely different situations. And in some countries, the United Kingdom, where they have a single governing system, every single port is like chalk and cheese and whatever comes next. Other countries, like Australia, where I'm currently working, you have the federal system and the state system. And sometimes it feels like ne'er the twain shall meet. They all have their different ways. So therefore, every single security plan has to be bespoke depending upon the port you're looking at, what it does, how it does it, and when it does it.
Thank you. That brings me to a question which I'm going to put to the entire panel, which is that while we are developing both partnerships and ways of being able to work together to build ports or build hubs of strategic activity for the future, my question would also run to something that the Quad has always thought about and done, which is setting the rules of the road. What would be the rules of the road, or what would be the regimes that we should be building that govern ports between not just these 4 countries, but we are hoping obviously that more partners will join the Quad initiative. You have UNCLOS, which, pardon me saying it, it's actually a little toothless, but how do we build regimes that cut across countries and systems? And I'm going to go to Nag and then Jorgen to see whether...
Thanks, Indrani. This is a very wide kind of a question, but when you talk of what the Quad essentially is trying to do is that, we are trying to put in place a system wherein I think partners who are looking at investments or assistance in core infrastructure, they necessarily know what they're getting into. I think the Quad looks at partnerships which are more demand driven. I think our idea is to not superimpose ourselves onto any country and determine what they need, but the idea is to give them choice. In that respect, I think today the conversations are more around how do you ensure resiliency of systems, transparency of infrastructure. Contracts must be known. I think countries need to know what they're getting into. Ships, not many countries do understand what is happening. Today, research vessels can be doing something completely different. They can be very close to your borders, but they could be doing a completely mapping exercise. They are putting in nodes into your waters, which you might not even be aware of, because all that is being told to you is that these are nice little research ships, but there is much more strategic depth to this. So the idea of the Quad is, first of all, we meet our partners, we discuss with them, we kind of do brainstorming through capacity building, through workshops. Our ideas is to assist, to partner, as a colleague from Japan has just put it, Ms. Takahashi had just put it, a free and open Indo-Pacific is something that the Quad partners constantly champion. The idea is to bring a lot of awareness into countries as to what they are partnering and getting into. When we talk of trusted partners, the idea is that every nation needs to be knowing what kind of systems they are putting into place. Today, when we talk of greater digitization, digitization means you also have to take care of cyber warfare. That's a huge, problem that ports are confronting today. We had the JNPA chairman had just put it. I think a few weeks back we had done the trial testing of doing digital trade between India and the UAE as part of the IMEC corridor, which is the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. The idea is to not just to cut down cost by 30 to 50%, but can there be much more seamlessness? Can there be greater understanding of customs procedures? Can you have Can you have your unified payment interface, the digital payments, kind of seamlessly integrated into your digital trade systems? Can UAE accept my inspection procedures? Can all of this thing happen digitally so that goods can seamlessly transit? So the idea is ports are getting completely transformed. These are massive hubs, as I had earlier also said. When we talk of ports, they are no longer mere gateways of trade. Today they are way much more, they bring in much more strategic depth. So I think it is not just mere standardization of procedures, but I think the emphasis going forward will be more on having systems that you can trust, systems that are resilient, systems that are foolproof. So that would make, I think, the ports of the future way more trustworthy. Thanks.
Shubhama, you had a question.
Thank you. My name is Shubhamoy Bhattacharjee from the Jindal Global University, and very interesting discussion. And I was just wondering, when we talk about ports, as Mr. Nagaraj was saying, they are giving a strategic depth. Is it necessary that when multilateral institutions get into funding of ports, they develop a common, therefore, structure of what is acceptable and what is not acceptable in terms of putting in strategic elements into each port? You talked about digital. I can think of also in terms of what assets should be there in the hinterland of the ports, military facilities, and lots of other things. Should these sort of things also be part of the conversations, since there's a lot of multilateral funding going along in ports, especially in Asia and Africa? Thank you.
Another question here, because I'm going to take more than one for the simple reason that we will be running short of time. Sir.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on this initiative. It's excellent. Andrew Robb is my name. I'm from Australia. I was Australia's Trade Minister some time ago when the Quad and a lot of the trade agreements I was involved in occurred in our region. And without a doubt, all of those things have been of enormous contribution. We are 4 countries here because we share the same values. As our Japanese colleague mentioned, that is what we're here for. And the elephant in the room, China, when China does well, we all do well. So it's not but when you've got a big elephant like that, you have to have balance. And this Quad was born out of the need for balance. And the balance is the countries, India, Japan, Australia, United States, who share, treasures, and defend those values. And I do think that this session, a lot of it is about, well, how do we do that? And it really is, how do we ensure that investment between our 4 countries is facilitated, encouraged, and that the governments, because a lot of government representation here, how do they make sure that that investments, there's almost a priority for the 4 countries to be able to facilitate that. And it is all supply chains in the end. That's why the digitisation issue, we should all be, we'll deal with others, of course, but we should have partnerships and priority and a focus on that digitisation and investment that goes alongside it, and the research that goes alongside it, and all the rest. So I just want to congratulate you on that. I'm now involved in a $20 billion port development in Northern Australia, port and rail development. I'm here because I was so enthusiastic about the Quad looking at supply chains. And you get the ports going well, you build supply chains, in fact, is millions of little businesses doing business. And from my experience, that builds understanding and trust and relationships. If we do that between the 4 of us to the best of our ability, we're unstoppable, and we will be a deterrent to any abuse by the elephant in the room. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rob, for actually naming the dragon in the room. Since we are approaching the end, I'm going to turn back to the panel for a quick final closing comments under a minute. Mr. Wag, I'm going to begin with you.
As I spoke about the partnership, I mean, the port offers a lot of opportunities in the partnership, and it is not only for construction of the port, but after the construction for the operation of the port, and also after that improvement in the processes. So port can be used to foster certain partnership, and all the Quad countries can start with existing ports with the sister port arrangement, just like JNPA and Osaka has, so that we can have more partnership, and then we can build upon into the other areas, so that we can get what we are achieving or try to achieve.
Thank you. Ms. Akku.
Thank you very much for the very encouraging comments and the interventions, and I learned a lot from the previous speakers' interventions as well. And if I may say so, FOIP, the Free and Open Indo-Pacific, is a very important concept for everyone present here, and this extends to the regional barriers that goes into the African development and the Pacific islands development, Australia, India, United States, Japan. We have such a huge territorial spheres that we may jointly develop and pursue our shared interest. So we are having, for example, in Africa, we have a Nakara corridor, which is a port in Mozambique. Japan is trying to coordinate the development of that port together with the African countries, including Mozambique and others. So that also gives us a huge potential we may jointly develop. So the geography is such a huge, and the ocean connects all different parts of the world at once. So why not take advantage of this huge opportunity in order to promote our shared values? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Kali.
Thanks very much. Just in closing, you asked about rules of the road, and perhaps I could just share a couple of reflections on that. I mean, there's so much that could be said, but I think in thinking about ports, quality, sustainable financing, and benefits to the local economies, as well as, of course, to regional and Indo-Pacific economies, genuine partnership and engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Dinesh, you go.
No, for me, I think if you really wish to believe in future of supply chains, it has got to be what Mr. Naraju was mentioning about, that we are really able to get to one common standard of sharing information and digital data transfer, which can take place, which I think will move us from what I would call still the dark ages of trade to the future of trade.
Excellent. No, I think Jorgen. Peter, Jorgen, and Nagar.
Okay, I'm going to agree with everything that I've heard, but I just want to talk about one thing, and that's security strategy, which is crucial no matter whether you're talking about criminals or states. And each port, the security strategy, we should ensure it is relevant to the particular port. Remember, once you've seen one port, you've seen one port. Appropriate, proportionate, depending upon the requirement, efficient, and cost-effective. And if you want to talk to me later on, I'm the man with the pirate tie.
Thank you. Jorgen.
So the gentleman from Australia mentioned shared values, but I think one way to answer the question of what is it that the Quad countries bring to this problem set? What is it? Why do Quad countries working together, why does that make more sense than other formations? And I think it boils down to something Peter said earlier, which is competition. And I think we have competition at two levels, right? There's commercial competition. Ports have to be competitive commercially, financially, right? And in order to do that, some of the things that have been discussed, like transparency, rule of law, companies need predictability. They need to be able to defend their contracts in court. They need to be able to know with predictability what will happen when they send their goods through a certain port. And so I think our 4 countries with our shared values and our respective different types of rule of law have a lot to offer there that could form a center of gravity that could attract other countries to essentially grow that model and build out something that looks more like an international system. The other level of competition is something that the Australian gentleman also mentioned, and I'm not the first person to say the word China in this room, so thank you, sir. But in building major infrastructure projects, I think we all have to recognize that free and open countries are at a disadvantage to command economies, right? China can make a decision to invest and create a port that does not look economically feasible, that our private sectors would not undertake, right? And so how do we compete against that? Well, the answer is that we have to do it kind of the hard way. We have to work together, we have to build a coalition, we have to get everybody on board, and we have to figure out where the private sector interests can meet the geostrategic interests, right? And so we may not be able to just build a port where none has existed, where there's no business case for it, but we can marshal our combined resources of financing and technology and other advantages that we have to try to compete with that first mover advantage of the command economy. So I think it's competition commercially, transparency, openness, and it's also the geopolitical aspect of trying to build a model that works in a world where command economies can make business decisions that wouldn't always make sense.
Sure. Thank you. Nag, you get the last word.
Thank you. I think just to kind of bring the session to a close, I think the Quad has 4, what I would say is maritime democracies. I think what we bring to the table is the power of alternatives. We bring in choice. We don't decide things for countries. I think we believe in transparency. We give our partners the choice to work with us. We are not steadfast on a particular technology. We bring in choice to the table. We bring in capacity building to the table. We make you exercise your choice because we trust in a demand-driven developmental model wherein all the Quad partners can do is give you alternatives. But the focus here would be on how do we ensure that our partners, whatever infrastructure projects you plan to do, it is the people who are at the center of infrastructure, and people should need to thrive, economies need to thrive, and in the process, if the Quad can bring partners together for a world that is more fairer, for a more that can do much more in the digital world, where their interoperability can thrive, where standards can actually meet trust. So this is what I think Quad can offer to partners all across the Indo-Pacific, and that's what we keep doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are officially out of time. I'm going to, while we thank this distinguished panel for their insights, I think we have set the tone for the rest of the conference where we look at interoperability, partnerships, and security as key pillars to build supply chains and resilience in the ports of the future. I'm going to say thank you, everybody, for a wonderful start to the conference. I'm going to put in a special thank you to MEA and to the Ministry of Ports for being our partners through this exercise, and thank you all.
Right, if I could request everyone to please remain seated. We are running a tight ship on this boat. We will transition into the next session immediately. The next session is Infrastructure and Investment, Quad's Pathways in the Indo-Pacific. It will be moderated by Nikita Singla, who is a trade facilitation and customs specialist. She's a South Asia scholar with the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in Washington, D.C. She's also a consultant to the trade and transport practices at the World Bank. Nikita, could I invite you and your co-panelists to join me on the stage, please? May I request the panelists for this session, Mr. Endo, Mr. Matthew, Mr. Walker, Ms. Menon. Is everyone here? I think, yeah, Clint's already here. All right, Nikita, over to you.
Namaskar everyone, a very good morning. You know, I was particularly delighted when I saw the agenda that we are neither right before lunch nor right after it. So I hope we can have a very engaging conversation, though I fully recognize that a lot of us are jet lagged and sleep deprived in this room. But I also realize that everybody is an expert and, you know, in varying capacities, we are building, financing, or regulating the very lifelines of Indo-Pacific commerce. So, you know, I won't spend any time setting the context or giving you any evidence as to how Indo-Pacific is becoming the new economic center of gravity, or how over 80% of world's maritime trade is starting to flow through Indo-Pacific's maritime channels. But I think what I do want to highlight is that despite all of this potential, there's an enormous infrastructure gap, and that is what we are discussing today. Depending on what source you look at, you know, if you look at some estimates by the ADB, they put it at over $50 billion a year, and according to the Global Infrastructure Hub Report 2024, they're actually projecting the infrastructure gap in Indo-Pacific at $3.3 trillion by 2040. So I think the question for us is to really do an honest assessment. Is this a gap in capital alone, or is this equally, if not more so, of a gap in coordination, a gap in commitment, a gap in confidence? There was a lot of discussion on trust-based partnerships in the panel just before us, and I think probably, you know, that's what we need to discuss. And we have a lot of foreign counterparts in this room. And, you know, I would like to say welcome to India, the land of spirituality. And, you know, and I have to make this remark because in spiritual life, we say if you have to live a spiritually awakened life, you go by karma. You live by the rules. Though it might be a little longer road, it might be a more difficult road, but you walk that road. And I think that's the way ahead for Quad as well. It might be a longer road. We may not be able to compete with Chinese investments, but if we have to go by the rules, if we have to make ethical investments, if we have to make conscious rules of the order, it might be a longer road, but it would be a road worth going down. You know, so I think the needle for us in Quad is no longer whether to invest or not, it is how do we invest together? How do we really make our ports digitally integrated? You know, we have interoperability of the equipments, and it's governed by predictable standards. And I was actually very delighted to hear from the previous panel when Chairman JNPA mentioned that, you know, there needs to be increasing visibility of our supply chains at the ports. How much time does it take for clearance of our cargo for the private sector? And we have been doing this work with the Ministry of Finance, CBIC, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs for last 5 years, where we look at 15 ports in the country, which is a combination of seaports, airports, and land ports, to see how much time does it take for clearance of our import and export cargo at these ports, with primarily one objective: can we give foreign private sector more visibility of the supply chains in India when we are looking at greater partnerships? And I think digitization plays a key role in that. And in 2020, for some of you who are not aware of this, in 2020, Indian Customs launched what is called Turant Customs. Turant in Hindi stands for prompt. So basically what it did was it made the entire customs process faceless, contactless, and paperless, which till date in 2025, there are many partner countries which do not have this kind of arrangement in customs, which means that you could have a customs officer sitting at port A and it could be clearing cargo coming into port B. So I think digital integration and digitization generally has evolved a lot in this part of the world, but it's still rudimentary. There's still a long way to go, which is why Quad partnerships again become very crucial. So I think in this round, what we are going to focus on is primarily look at how do we mobilize greater infrastructural investments, what are some of the co-financing frameworks for these investments, maybe develop some kind of a policy and regulatory, how do we have greater coherence around policy and regulatory frameworks, and lastly, I think looking at more operational and implementation bottlenecks, and Clint, I'm looking at you for that. So just for our panelists, maybe in the round one, let's try to set the context. Let's see what are some of the key enablers and key constraints, that really affect port performance and port investment and port efficiency. So let me begin with the policy lens. If I may come to you, Joint Secretary Suja Menon. Suja Menon is the Joint Secretary, Development Partnership Administration at Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. I want to ask from you, because I think the development partnership model that we are increasingly seeing in India is really increasingly emphasizing on quality, on transparency, and sustainability. And when we look at Indo-Pacific partners, not everybody would have the same level of institutional depth or regulatory and policy capacity. So how do you see India's role and effectively role of other Quad countries to make sure that the infrastructural investments that we do at the starting point are sustainable and inclusive to start with?
Thank you, Nikita. Very good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. And it's a very deeply satisfying moment because we have got a good turnout. We have traveled from far and wide and look forward to hearing from you, learning from you. And I would like to begin by saying that whatever we do today and in the years and months ahead, it's a collective exercise. So this is a journey which governments cannot do alone. We look up to our friends in the private sector, we look up to think tanks, we look up to academia. It's a joint collective effort. It also stems from the fact that we are good at doing things collectively than at individual levels. We bring a lot of synergy. We heard from the panel just before the complementary strengths that the four Quad countries bring to the table, be it in terms of scale, be it in terms of technology, be it in terms of finance, be it in terms of logistics. To speak a bit about the development partnership, to your question, Nikita, I handle the concessional credit portfolio for Government of India. We are happy to say that we are not a traditional donor. India does not consider herself as a traditional donor. The key word is partnership, development partnership administration, ports of the future partnership, quote unquote, partnership is the key word. So unlike some of the other countries in our neighborhood, we strongly believe in non-interference, respect for sovereignty, transparency, inclusiveness, mutual benefit, mutual respect. So those are key words for us. This is an important pillar of India's foreign policy. We have, in fact, lent, our credit is extremely concessional. It spreads over 70 countries across in the global south, touching a total portfolio of more than 30 billion US dollars. We do not believe in debt trap diplomacy. So, as Additional Secretary Americas mentioned in the panel just before, our development partnership is totally demand-driven. Some country says, I need a road. We are happy to give them a road. Some countries says they want a port. We are ready to help them achieve that. I also want to make a larger point in terms of what we in our parlance call finance plus. So while of course credit is important, concessionary credit is important, the brick and mortar hard infrastructure is important. What is it that we can do more to bring in efficiency to the table? What about some of the SDG goals that we can achieve through this? What is it about the greening initiative that we can do? And some of the examples, if I can cite today, Nikita, are in fact mind-boggling. We are very proud of what we have achieved. To give an example, while we built the longest man-made beach in Maldives through a concessionary credit, we also undertook the second largest relocation of corals globally as part of that exercise. So while we are catering to the development trajectory of those countries, we also try and see what is it that we can do beyond the money part, beyond the credit part. Also, just before I conclude, I want to mention, while we have talked about credit, the world is going through a lot of debt distress. We have seen that in the post-COVID world. It is also time for us now to look at new and innovative models of project financing, the public-private partnership. India has actually taken the lead to alleviate the debt burden of a lot of countries, including in our neighborhood. So let us try and build new stories through some new means. I think that is what the challenge is. Quad has actually been able to deliver a lot across several fields. And I think if we all put our hearts and mind to it, I think we will be able to exceed our own expectations. Thank you very much.
Absolutely agreed, and I think times have changed now. India is no longer asking for a seat on the table. India is sitting on the table, making those rules for the world. So from policy, I think I want to start at the operational level, and Clint Carmichael, if I can come to you. Clint is the Chief Operating Officer of the Gujarat Pipavav Port APM Terminals. So Clint, I want to understand from you, what are some of the systemic operational barriers, when we look at areas that most constrain port performance? It could be project governance, equipment interoperability, or standards. What, in your opinion, has been like the top systemic barriers?
Good morning, everyone. It's indeed a privilege to join this distinguished panel and to represent India's private port sector. India today, I think, stands at the heart of the Indo-Pacific growth story, and the region literally is the arteries of global trade, right? So when we talk about infrastructure and development, it's easy also to focus just on cranes, berths, and corridors, but behind every port development lies something more fundamental, and that's people. Infrastructure is only as resilient as the people that design, operate, and sustain it. At APM terminals, we've learned that our most valuable assets are not concrete and steel, it's our people. I think the Make in India movement has reignited manufacturing and logistics growth, but to stay in that growth depends on how we build that human capability. I think if we invest in human capital just as much as physical capital, then we can really build ecosystems of excellence that will last generations. When we talk about operational bottlenecks, they often stem from institutional complexity rather than capacity. The ease of doing business in ports depends as much on clarity of governance as it does on quality of infrastructure. And I must acknowledge Gujarat, a state that stands out for its investment-friendly policies and proactive facilitation of port-linked industrial growth. But we do still see overlaps between port authorities, regulators and operators, which sometimes blurs accountability and slows execution. I think the recent GST reforms have already transformed the logistics transparency and predictability, as well as lowering costs. But we now need long-term visibility for concession policies, faster single window approvals, better digital clearances, coordination across railways, customs and private players should be streamlined. And that's where governance alignment matters the most. I think the Quad can contribute by bringing global best practices in public-private partnership design, predictable regulation and performance-linked accountability. To the moderator's question, what systemic barriers constrain port operators the most? I'd group them into three. The first one is project governance. So too many projects actually stall between approval and execution. So what we need is agile, outcome-based governance that aligns authorities, regulators, and operators on shared results, not just on compliance. Secondly is institutional agility. Ports are evolving faster than policy. So to keep pace, we need faster clearances, empowered local decision-making, and flexible concession frameworks that adapt as markets and technologies change. And then third would be supply chain integration. Even with the dedicated freight corridor, data visibility across ports, rail and logistics players remains fragmented. So shared digital platforms, data standards are essential to really drive end-to-end efficiency. I mentioned the dedicated freight corridor, which has been truly transformational, cutting transit times from 72 hours to 30 hours. But to realize that full potential, we really need governance alignment across agencies, which is absolutely essential. We need policy incentives that encourage more cargo to move by rail, supported by GST parity, balanced pricing, and predictable service levels. Equally important is first mile and last mile digital integration, which allows shippers to leverage double stacking, real-time visibility, and faster turnarounds. And then at the same time, as ports, we also need to involve in step with industries that we serve, right? At Pipaviv, we are aligning closely with India's priority growth sectors. We're already talking to industry leaders for semiconductor logistics, a sector where India's potential is immense. Automotive obviously remains a core strength, while green hydrogen and renewables over the next decade will really shape the future. Again, Gujarat is emerging as a natural hub for these transitions. Now, these industries specifically demand traceability, reliability, and multimodal efficiency, the very outcomes that effective governance and digital integration can deliver. So ultimately, the most successful ports of tomorrow won't be defined by their draft depth, but by their depth of purpose. How they blend ambition with accountability, technology with trust, where we align governance, interoperability, and human capability. We build ports that don't just move cargo, they literally start moving economies. And then I think finally, when India's execution strength joins forces with the Quad's technology, sustainability, and financing expertise, the Indo-Pacific can become far more than just a corridor of commerce. It can become a connected ecosystem of shared growth and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Clint. That was interesting. I think I would like to come back to you, but maybe we'll have to wait till the next round, because you mentioned about project governance, institutional agility, as well as supply chain integrity. I would love to know, more about what are some of the exact frameworks that you propose, based on your experience on how to address each of these three? But let me come back to you. You mentioned about quality of infrastructure as one of the very critical aspects of these operational bottlenecks, which brings me to you, Tejo Matthew. Tejo Matthew is head ports and harbors at L&T Construction. And L&T has executed some of the most complex marine infrastructure projects in the region. And Tejo, I would love to know more about, in your opinion, how do you see some of the Quad-based technical collaborations taking shape? While we are aiming to maintain these safety and sustainability benchmarks, but while doing that, how do you, improve exchange of data sharing, interoperability, compress construction timelines? How do you achieve all of that in technical collaborations between Quad countries?
Yeah, very good morning to all. So thank you, Nikita, for that question. And I am happy to represent the construction sector in India. So as Nikita mentioned, I am taking care of the ports and harbors segment from Larsen and Toubro. And we do a lot of marine projects. And the concern of Clint also, the quality of infrastructure is something that is really important when we look at a future-ready ports. And generally, the main concern which affects the quality of infrastructure is nothing but the investment, which I assume that this Quad partnership can support, assuming that there are enough funds. And in the previous panel also, there was a discussion, like what China does, without looking at the viability calculations, they invest, they create a very good infrastructure, then the revenue automatically comes in, revenue and development automatically comes in. Assuming that that benchmark is set, creating a quality infrastructure is not at all a challenge. What matters is, of course, there has to be, if you look at any port, generally what happens is they start with a very good master plan. Then the master plan is reviewed, then an estimate is prepared. Once the estimate is prepared, okay, it is decided that we will implement the master plan in multiple stages, phase 1, phase 2. Then a phase 1 of the master plan is taken out. Then further estimate is prepared. Then the focus is only on the phase 1 plan. And over a period of time, we do a lot of optimization in the phase 1 plan, and its interface with the master plan is lost. That is what has happened in most of the port development in India. And the main challenge was, of course, there was insufficient funds. So what is very critical in future ports, whatever investment has to be planned, the master plan, once it is frozen, the phase-wise development should not lose its integrity with respect to the master plan. Now, India has taken a very, aggressive decision in investing on Vadwan port, which is a major port. Chairman of JNBA was commenting, which is going to be the top 10 ports in the world within another 10 years, once the full master plan is implemented. What they have done is, the government has taken initiative to invest in the basic infrastructure. We call it as a landlord model, where the basic infrastructure or common infrastructure for the port investment is done by the government. Then once the basic infrastructure is developed, basic infrastructure, when I'm talking, it is not a small infrastructure. For Vadwan port, 10 kilometers of breakwater needs to be constructed. 1,200 hectares of land needs to be created as an island. So there is a huge investment. So once that investment is there, it is easy for the private players to come and invest on the construction of the berths and equipment and to carry out the operation. That is literally a future-ready port. And all other developments around the port will automatically happen once the port is ready. Of course, you may not get a return immediately, but it is 100% guaranteed that the port will become sustainable in terms of finance within a short period of time. Now, coming to the quality of infrastructure as a Quad initiative, what is important is, of course, all the 4 countries are having its own strength. There is a lot of chance for standardization. And when it comes to marine, for example, if you look at the design codes, all the 4 countries are having 4 design codes. Of course, marine infrastructure cannot be standardized across the geography because the marine, what major factors which is affecting a design is the environmental factors. The wave conditions will vary from each country. The tide, currents, even the earthquake proneness. If you look at Japan, it is continuously prone to earthquake and tsunami. So infrastructure there has to be much rigid and strong to take care of these aspects. And if you take within India, South India and North India, if you look at it, South, it is not that prone to earthquake. North, it is prone to earthquake. So it is not easy to standardize the code totally, but definitely there are a lot of aspects which can be common, and we should have chapters or modules which has to be customized for the regions. That way, we can bring in standardization. This will bring in interoperability. Once you're having a common code of practice or guidelines to design and construct the port, this will bring interoperability. Another aspect is to speed up to create a quality infrastructure, we need to construct it within the shortest span of time. India, since we have sufficient workforce, we generally don't look at too much of modularization because for us it is cheaper to construct it at place, and even though it takes a little bit of time, it becomes optimal in terms of investment. But what is important is to standardize and bring in modularization where the cost of initial investment will be more, but you get a quality infrastructure. So modularization, standardization of the design codes, then of course bringing in a digital platform. We need to see create the project in 3D models, do a life cycle analysis. We should use the technology, digital twin technology, so that we can keep giving inputs, see the real change, what is happening. There is a lot of scope for cooperation between all the 4 countries, the technology partners, and there is a lot of scope for research. Even if you look at, it's one of my dream project, in Vadwan, if you look at, there is 10 kilometers of breakwater is constructed. The purpose of a breakwater is to dissipate the wave energy. But looking at future, if you are having some structures or some turbines inside a breakwater, why don't we convert that wave energy to actual electric energy? So there is a scope, but of course, there has to be somebody who has to be willing to invest in this research. With these initiatives, of course, there can be technical collaborations. We can do a lot of things where the infrastructure itself is constructed as a smart infrastructure, which can generate energy, which can support the port. So there is a lot of scope in port, because if you look at 100 years of last, even breakwaters, we are using double mount breakwaters, which is a conventional technology, which is more than 100 years. So India, especially in India, but we can use a Kaizen breakwater, all those things where we can adapt to the requirement of the port and use it for other purpose also. So anyway, just to conclude, there is a lot of scope, and I'm sure with all our expertise, we can bring in smart infrastructure, which is going to help us having a smart connectivity and boost in trade and security. Thank you.
Thank you, Tijo. You know, as you were talking, I was going back to my school days because I am a civil engineer by background, and you know, we were taught that the best of project designs would go, failed if you don't have the right funding, if you don't have the right policy coherence. And we had just started the discussion back then that if the climate change doesn't support you, of course, 2 decades back, it was not that active in conversations. So I think going backward, climate change is a topic which we'll leave for another panel for climate experts to delve into. On policy coherence, I so agree because we have seen this work across ports in the South Asia region, and not just maritime ports, even at land ports. There's so much of infrastructural development that's happening. But if you don't have the right policy complementarity, then your infrastructure investments could go waste. And there's so much work that's being done by the Land Ports Authority of India, and there's mirror infrastructure being set up across on the Nepalese side, at the land ports, with a lot of development funding going from the Indian side. And just a small example, in one of my recent trips, I found out that a lot of these Tetra Pak juices that are coming from Nepal into India were not being able to cleared in India because of the policy regulation gap because single-use plastic is not allowed on the Indian side. So those Tetra Paks that come with those plastic straws and stirrers were not being able to get cleared on the Indian side. So I think which brings us back to the point of that when we are talking about infrastructural investment, it is so important to talk about harmonization of standards, to talk about harmonization of policies. And the third point is lack of funding, which is, I think, the perfect sort of transition to move to Toru Endo, who's the chief representative of the Japan Bank for International Cooperation. So Endo-san, I would love to, understand from you, because I think JBIC has extensive experience ensuring high quality infrastructure financing in multiple settings. So according to you, what should be some of the guiding principles that underpin like a Quad co-financing framework?
Okay, so there's, first of all, thank you so much for giving the very great opportunity to have join this panel discussion. Yeah, and then first of all, I'd like to introduce what is a JBIC, and JBIC named the Japan Bank for the International Cooperation is the policy-based financial institution wholly owned by the Japanese government. Yeah, and then we provide policy-based financing with a mission in accordance with the Japanese government's foreign economic policy to contribute to the sound development of Japan and the international economy and society. Yeah. And then we published the latest midterm plan, and then we have the strategic priority. Yeah, and then I can introduce the two important pillars. First pillar is to realize a sustainable future. Yeah, under this first pillar, we contribute to toward realizing both carbon neutrality and economic growth. By supporting the renewable energy, the transition, energy transition, and so on. And secondly, we also contribute toward solving the social issue in collaboration with the host countries by supporting the building the resilience basic infrastructure as like the port. Yeah, in this context, so to support the project of the port is one of the very important matter. And then the second important pillar is to provide the JBIC own unique solution by the strategically functioning as an international financial institution. And we provide the own unique solution such as promoting the multilateral cooperation as like a Quad and the trilateral infrastructure partnership among the Australia, US, and Japan. Yeah, and then I used to handle with the promoting the multilateral cooperation as like the trilateral infrastructure partnership, and then later I can mention the takeaway from the experience. And JBIC already supported several projects related to the port and logistics sector. For instance, in India, we provide a loan to the Japanese company for the purpose to procure the freight cars and provide the container transport services. And we also provide a loan to the Japanese, India, Japan companies for the purpose of the construction and operation of a car logistic terminal. Yeah. And we provided the export loan to the lots of the companies to procure the port container crane from the Japanese companies. Yeah. And then the uniqueness of the JBIC is that the JBIC portion is up to the 60%, and the rest of the portion should be mobilized from the private financial institution, which means that we always seek the public-private partnership. Yeah, that is our own uniqueness. Yeah. And then regarding the Quad structure, so I think I'd like to share the experience of the trilateral infrastructure partnership. Yeah. And then I think there are the two types of the financing mechanism. One is a so-called parallel model. Yeah. For example, I'd like to give the example. US, Australia, and Japan supported the Palau cable, submarine cable project. Yeah, and then in that project, the US provides a grant and technical advice, And Australia provides a loan and grant. And Japan, anyway, I mean the JBIC and one more, the Japanese Export Credit Agency provides a loan and guarantee to the Palau government as well as the Palau governmental institution. Yeah. So in this model, so each the governmental agency negotiate with the Palau government and the Palau governmental institution one by one. Yeah. This is the parallel model. And the second is the leader and supporter model. Yeah. And then I can anyway give an example about the Australian telecommunication company's acquisition of the Digital Pacific, so which is the Pacific Island countries based #1 telecom sector telecom companies. Yeah, and then in that case, the Australian governmental institution provides a large portion of the loan to the Australian companies. Yeah, and then the US and the JBIC anyway provide a partial guarantee to the Australian governmental institution. Yeah. In that case, from the perspective of the borrower, they can negotiate with only the Australian governmental institution. Yeah, so that in this time, the Australian governmental institution is regarded as the leader. This is the leader supporters model. Yeah, and then from this experiment, so that I have the two lessons. One lesson is that the speed and the flexibility. So that now I understand that in general, the bilateral and multilateral agency are built as the cumbersome and very slow. Yeah. From that viewpoint, so the leader supporter model is very workable. Yeah, because from the borrower perspective, only the negotiation point is only the one financer as the leader. Yeah, and then between only the negotiation with the single lender and the borrower. They can anyway quickly close the deal, and then that makes a very flexible structure. Yeah. This is the speed and flexibility. And number two is the mandate alignment. So having said that, each partner has their own mandates, yeah, because in the U.S. government and the governmental institution, Australia, Japan has their own mandates and their own national interests, yeah. And then of course they have in the variety of the risk appetite, yeah, and then their own ESG alignment, yeah. In that scenario, if this mandate or the ESG alignment or the credit appetite are completely different, yeah, in that case, the leader supporter model will not be workable. Yeah, in that case, we may choose to choose the parallel model. Yeah. So in short, the joint financing mechanism should differ from time to time. So each partner, and then we have to recognize that each partner has a different mandate, and then may face interoperability among the partner. Yeah, so we have to talk each other and then identify which model should be the easier. Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you, Endo-san. I think we have covered different layers of efficiency, from policy and development partnership to operational and implementation to engineering and technical, and of course to disciplined finance. But all these different layers of efficiencies of course depends on upstream coordination. How early financing, how technical advice and regulatory alignment all come together at the right time early on. And that is something, Sam, that's squarely in your domain. So I would like to come to Sam Walker next, who's the investment director at Australian Infrastructure Financing Facility for the Pacific. So Sam, first of all, I think Carly in the previous panel mentioned briefly about this facility. We would love to know more, for the audience about what you do. And secondly, how do you make sure that Quad partners align their financing instruments basically my question is, how do we make sure that there is no duplication when Quad partners come together?
Yes, thank you very much. And again, I'm really pleased to be part of the panel, and thank you for the question. I can explain a little bit about where I'm coming from. I am coming from the Australian Infrastructure Financing Facility for the Pacific. It's quite a mouthful. I apologise for that. We call it AIF, and it is a part of an Australian government initiative. It's a part of the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. We are a financing facility with a $5 billion mandate to invest in infrastructure projects within the Pacific. And my role there, so I can speak to from experience that I lead AIF's largest investment to date, which is a program in PNG ports program, which is a $450 million investment to upgrade ports across PNG. We're 3 years into that project, or that program. And so we're going to speak to a little bit of the experience that we have talked about today. But to your question, and I pick up it's really about what we would call harmonisation, a harmonisation of approaches. But I would suspect that our partnering governments and the proponents of these projects would very much phrase it as avoid duplication. That is where their interest lies, and I think that's something that we should really be focusing on. I was actually going to say many of the same points that my fellow panelists have already talked about, which is about having a very robust master plan in place, ensure that those the financing tools in place reflect the needs and the wants of our partners. And I think, you know, we talk about harmonisation and a harmonisation of standards. Again, you mentioned that. I think this is really what our partners are looking for, and from my experience in PNG, it's something that is right at the top of their wish list. They want to know what frameworks they need to adhere to, and they want to know that frameworks will not change over time. That builds trust, that they can know that there's a long-term partnership there between our Quad countries and themselves. So I think it would be very opportunistic, and I think it's quite an exciting opportunity for this initiative that we can develop those frameworks where we provide a consistent and harmonised approach that really builds trust in those partnering organisations. Some of the things, again, talking from my personal experience within working with ports in the Pacific, things like you know, our common approach to climate resilience and disaster resilience, and what that means in detail. I'm glad I'm not the only civil engineer who was harping back to my university days, but I spend many of my days really in the detail. And so when we say climate resilient, what does that mean? And the standards of which we must design our future ports to and be constructed to, these are really difficult questions, but something that we can't shy away from, and I think it's a real opportunity here from this Quad initiative that we can actually address those things. Standards in not only in, like I said, climate change and disaster resilience. We also love to talk about local engagement. Australia, for example, is very interested in local engagement. In Papua New Guinea, for example, we have set a target that 30% of all our investment expenditure will be locally spent on local engagement, whether that's labour or materials and contractors. And it's something that we're really proud of, and something that we really push for. And I think that's something that really responds well from our partnering governments. But again, back to your question about how do we harmonise that, I think that's something that we have the opportunity to come together and agree on that will only build trust.
Thank you, Sam. And I'm glad you brought harmonization so much into focus here, because I indeed agree that to accelerate bankable port infrastructure in Indo-Pacific, this is what Quad countries will have to focus on. And Carly, in the previous panel, you mentioned about the Quad Infrastructure Fellowship, and I'm actually the beneficiary of that. I was the inaugural fellow of the first program. So thanks to all the partner countries, I think this is such a fabulous another way of harmonization, where you actually develop capacity in the region for experts to come together. We looked at Port of Seattle and Port of Baltimore and Port of Boston to actually understand what are some of the best practices in terms of secure and sustainable infrastructure that are being followed there. And I think when we talk about infrastructure, we tend to focus so much more on hard infrastructure and digital infrastructure, but we somehow forget that there are so many different layers to infrastructure. The focus of my work as a part of this fellowship was to actually see the partnership between customs and private sector. Because I think you mentioned that how it is so much more important. I mean, ports are no longer just trade gateways now. It has become nodes of national security. Anything that happens at one port affects, has a ripple effect across the globe. So what is it that the public and private sector can come together and do? And one of the programs, of course, which is very popular in the US is the CTPAT program, which is the Customs Trade Partnership Against Terrorism, which was actually started after 9/11, though 9/11 had nothing to do with cargo security. But I think in the heightened awareness around security initiatives, CTPAT was launched, and that took the form of AEO programs around the world, authorized economic operator programs as they are called, which is such a beautiful partnership between customs and private sector, where customs offers private sector expedited clearance, and in return, there is this sharing of business intelligence and risk intelligence by the private sector to make our supply chains safe. So I think as we go into round 2, I want to request our panelists if we could cover different layers of infrastructural investment that the Quad countries could focus on. And let me probably start with you, Clint, this time. Let's start from the operational flow right away. What are some of the, you mentioned the key systemic operational barriers in the previous round. If you could propose 1 or 2 operational frameworks that the Quad could standardize to address some of these challenges. And my request to all of the panelists would be, let's, I think, make this forward-looking, future-looking for the ports of the future, come up with these very practical strategies as to what is it that the Quad countries can do in your respective domains. Clint, over to you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think if I were to suggest 2 frameworks for the Quad to standardize, I'd start with the Regional Port Project Execution Framework and Shared Digital Interoperability Platform. The first one focuses on how we build, so a common governance protocol that defines decision gates, accountability, and performance metrics for every major port and logistics project. As I mentioned, too often we lose time between approval and execution because each stakeholder operates at a different rhythm. A standardized execution framework with clear ownership, clear review cycles, and outcome-based metrics would make delivery far more predictable across the region. And then the second one focuses on how we connect. So a digital interoperability platform that lets ports, shipping lines, and logistics players to connect seamlessly through data using open APIs and shared data standards. It would give them real-time visibility. It will allow us to do predictive planning, better coordination, especially for multimodal movements. I think together these frameworks can turn the Quad into a living example of governance, alignment, and digital interoperability. So ensuring each partner port speaks the same language operationally and then is able to deliver the same reliability across the region.
Thank you, Clint. And I think that focus on standardized execution ties directly to institutional coordination and governance reliability has to be embedded not just within ports, but I think across partner governments. And with that, I would like to come back to you. So, Joint Secretary, I want to understand what is it, again, what could be that regulatory framework that India could push in the Quad agenda? And with our development partnership, what are some of the things that we could focus on? So a regulatory coherence framework for Quad and role of India.
Thanks, Nikita. I think you talked about the need for being futuristic, being practical, being pragmatic. What is it that actually that we can do on ground? Having said that, it is important to do a lot of things on ground. And my first point there would be, I would start with a very, very basic thing, and that is, it's important to meet. It is important to talk. It is important to engage. So that is the number one point, I would say. The more we do these kind of events, the more we engage, not just within each other, with the Quad partners, but with our friends and partners in the Indo-Pacific, there will be tangible, pragmatic, practical outcomes coming out of it. And I hope that this is a good start. We call it the inaugural edition of the Ports of the Future Partnership. I hope that these conversations go on. Some of my partners hopefully will take these discussions forward in the coming years ahead. It is also important to meet not just G2G with the industries from these countries, the academia, the think tanks from these countries need to engage. The development financing institutions of these countries need to engage. Because when we talk about democracies, maritime democracies, pluralistic societies, market economies, mind you, we are also large bureaucracies. So I think while there is, it's important to recognize that harmonization of standards, rules, etc. is important. Our procurement policies differ from one another. To bring in more synergy to the table, I would put emphasis on the softer aspects, which are equally important as the hard aspects of brick and mortar hard infrastructure, which is the training and capacity building. You talked about the Quad Infrastructure Fellowship. We are very happy that we will be doing nearly 500 fellowships under the Quad Infrastructure, and in that, we are willing to look at maritime sector. We are actually willing to look at new cohorts in that space in the years ahead, of course, depending on the interest and requirements of our friends and partners from the Indo-Pacific. And the third would be, look at probably identifying different aspects of this jigsaw puzzle. If one partner can do one part of it, what is it that I can do, to bring that so that, all together we deliver a particular project in the region. And also in terms of being more ambitious, is there something what our regulatory bodies can come together and look at it? But that, I would say, would need more time. I think it's important to focus on things which are easily doable, eminently doable, which will also bring a lot of outcomes for the partners in the Indo-Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad you spoke about more engagement and more capacity building. And even in the previous example, which I was sharing, I think we're trying to bring, for example, CBP colleagues in the US and CBIC colleagues in India come together and see how there could be more implementation of mutual recognition agreements. We sign agreements, but how do you make sure those are actually implemented on the ground and there's engagement from both sides? So I think, Toru Endo, I would like to come to you next. So what would you recommend for a financing architecture that manages credit risks and at the same time ensures standard alignment?
Okay, thank you so much. So first of all, I'd like to introduce one meeting. So JBIC held a high-level in-person meeting with the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, the Department of the Foreign Affairs and Trade of the Australia, Export Finance Australia, and the Minister of the External Affairs of India, and the Exim Bank of India to further strengthen the cooperation among Japan, Australia, India, and the US, yeah, in the Pacific region. And during the meeting, the participants engaged in the wide range exchange of view on the potential for the support of the collaboration among the institutions in the field of the healthcare, infrastructure, and energy in the Indo-Pacific region. Yeah. And then in addition, they the participants agreed to continue discuss among the 4 countries' institutions with the financial collaboration. Yeah. And then on the basis of such kind of meeting, so that we held the working level discussion among the 4 countries. For example, the quarter year, once a quarter, yeah. And then to identify what kind of the next pipeline project, yeah. And then if we have the ongoing project, we monitor each other, yeah. And then on the basis of such kind of the mechanism to discuss about how each country and each country's organization, yeah, consider about the project and the pipeline, yeah. Anyway, each country will become on the same pages, yeah, and then it's very smooth, yeah, for us to identify the next pipeline project, yeah, and then identify which kind of the model should be the easier. For example, the parallel model should be the easier, or the leader and supporter model should be the easier, yeah. So such kind of architecture is very helpful, because yeah, as I mentioned, each country has each governmental agency have their own mandate, yeah, and then through this discussion, anyway, we can recognize what is the critical point and what is the common sense, yeah, we can easily understand, yeah, through this discussion, yeah. So this will help for us anyway to accelerate the collaboration. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, and I think let's quickly move from funds to foundations. So, Tijo, if you can propose what, according to you, could be a model for Quad-based technical collaboration, like the specifics of that.
Yeah. What I was explaining, what is more important is, of course, bringing harmony in what we are doing when it comes to developing an infrastructure in any country. And suppose if you are developing an infrastructure in India and the finance comes from Australia, of course, there has to be convinced that it is done as per the standards. So I just again recap that standardization of design codes is something which will enable faster decision making. This is one thing I just want to recap. Second thing is modularization also I touched upon. That is something which we can touch upon. The third one is engineering integration. See, what happens is when a project is conceptualized, what we generally do is the designers factor the local availability of materials, the local workforce, the local skills in the design in such a way that the cost is optimized. So, but when you are looking for a partnership at Quad level, what is important is this kind of integration of all the factors into the engineering needs inputs from all the parties. So there has to be maybe we have to have a technical collaboration there has to be some initiative in creating a team, a core team who can work on the technical collaboration to factor the local aspects in each location and see how the engineering can be standardized. And again, when it comes to engineering standardization, it is not only just the civil engineering part of it. It is a lot of electromechanical components and the equipment required based on the availability, based on the flexibility that we need to have in the port operations. All those things needs to be factored in. And of course, without compromising the quality and safety. So engineering integration is where all the parties can collaborate each other and bring in more efficiency. Digital, of course, you need to share the digital twin models with the partners. We have to take inputs from all the partners when a project is conceptualized, so that suppose if another port operator from a country comes and wants to operate the port in another country, they should be having sufficient data to be sure that their port operation is happening efficiently without any hindrances in between. So there has to be a digital data sharing. These are 3-4 things which I am able to quickly recap.
Thank you. And lastly, coming to you, Sam, and after that we'll open it up for questions. We still have 10 minutes. What could be an institutional mechanism for Quad to actually deliver? Are we thinking of a Quad steering council? I mean, what kind of bureaucracy do we create within Quad to cut bureaucracy, to actually deliver?
Yeah, that's a great and difficult question. I think the aim is really to move from parallel financing to a coordinated financing here, and I think what will be key to that is transparency. In terms of mechanisms and financial tools, I think that each of the 4 countries are quite adept at co-financing and having those financing tools in place. But I think to get to that point, we really need to focus on having a very much a trusted and transparent sharing of information regarding our project pipelines and our engagement with potential partnering governments. And I think there needs to be a real commitment to investing in early phases of the project, something that we talked a little bit about earlier. True partnership will come about with early investment, and we're all invested early. So I like to see that we transition into a very much an open and transparent sharing of information around our pipelines, and also our weaknesses. I think we also need to be honest about where we align and where we don't. And so I think if we can get to that point, then we will have a bright future.
Thank you. So I think in the last 60 minutes or so, what we do have is some sort of a clear architecture for action, starting from standards, more engagement and capacity building and policy coherence, more financed discipline, to on the end, sharing design codes and digital interoperability, and finally coming to you, Sam, more about moving from parallel financing to harmonized and coordinated efforts. And I think trust and transparency cut across all of these. So, and I will not even attempt to summarize this discussion. I think we have discussed so much, but do we have any questions from the floor? Yes, please. If you could introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning. My name is Robert Hans, and I'm the Managing Director of EOS Partners. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. I think this panel did a great job of articulating quite a few of the critical issues as it relates to port development and management. What I didn't really hear is the evolving role of public-private partnerships as they relate to ports. As we all know, this has been an extremely successful application of private financing and private management in a number of different areas, from the management of ports themselves to terminal operations to a wide variety of other private sector participation. I would be interested in getting the thoughts of some of the panelists as to where they see this going and as it evolves, and what particular opportunities they see specifically in the Indo-Pacific. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. Any other questions? So while they go around with the mic, Robert, to quickly answer your question, we could not touch upon PPP because one of our PPP experts had to drop off this morning. We were expecting Ashwani Gupta, who's the CEO of Adani Ports, to join us, and he would have touched upon PPP. But you know, we can take one more question, and if any of you would like to talk more about the public-private partnerships, and I believe there are many representatives of Adani Ports here in the room, so if any of you would like to share your experience from the ground, would love to hear. One more question.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Upali D'Souza, representing Fiji Port Corporation from Pacific. In fact, now we are also in the process of developing our infrastructure, especially there is a big demand from our shipping lines to have more facility there. But only thing that when we talk about the investments, once again, the business case, we have a very limited market in Pacific region. So I would like to have your expert. I mean, we want this because that's the biggest challenge for us, how we're going to fund for these investments. I'd like to have your personal view on this.
Sure. Any other questions? Okay. So should we just go around the panel for quick last word, and also if we could address both the questions, whoever has the right expertise, and of course if the representative from Adani Ports wants to come in, you're more than welcome. So Endo-san, should I start with you? I think there's a question on funds, and then we can just go around.
Okay, thanks so much. So in order to mobilize the private funds for the infrastructure, in my sense, it is important that the government or the host country shows a strong commitment to materializing it. And it is also necessary to understand what kind of structure would enable the private company to invest and to provide the necessary support from the government of the host country. Especially, I understand that the construction and the operation of the port is sometimes profitable, but sometimes not profitable. Yeah. So that we should identify what kind of the business of the port is profitable and what kind of port is not profitable. And then we should identify about it. And then regarding the profitable project, so we request the private funds to penetrate into the project. Yeah, and then regarding the unprofitable the part of the project, yeah, in that case we should seek first of all the governmental support. Yeah, and then sometimes the DFI should take the partial of the risk. Yeah, that is my sense. Yeah, and then to mobilize the private funds, I believe that by leveraging multilateral collaboration, yeah, as like the Quad, becomes the very, very attractive financial support. Yeah, because we believe that if from the private fund perspective, if they can find the multilateral agency or the bilateral agency, yeah, into the project, so that they think that the project is regarded as the relatively low risk. Yeah, and for them it is very easy to take part in this project. Yeah. From that viewpoint, so the such kind of multilateral collaboration framework is workable. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Tijo, if I can come to you next.
Yeah, when it comes to just infrastructure as well as public-private partnership, what now earlier also I was talking, what now Indian government started doing is, earlier the private players used to come and develop a full project. A port was developed, and then they start the operations, and by the time they get the break even, it was taking too much time. So in India, the private players started showing less interest in, of course, I keep Adani as an exception, where they go aggressively and develop a full-fledged port. But if you look at the other players, what they look for is the basic infrastructure, where a port with a breakwater, if it is not a naturally protected harbor, a port with breakwater, proper road connectivity. Once it is established, the private players pitch in and they construct the berth and they start operations. So in this way, what is happening is the initial investment of the private players come down, and the government also starts getting good revenue once the private player starts operating. So if there is and I have 2 examples in India where that initiative is taken. One is Vadwan Port, another in Great Nicobar Island also one container terminal is planned, where the initial infrastructure will be developed by the government, of course with funding from various agencies. So as Quad countries, what is important is to do the initial investment, attract the private players, then they will come and invest and do the operations. Then it will be a successful model. That is my suggestion.
Thank you. Sam, over to you.
Yeah, I'll just make a quick closing comment to say that I really appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to my experience, and happy to share that experience with Quad partners and others on investing in ports throughout the Pacific and beyond. I won't talk to it now, but I'm happy for anyone to come up to me afterwards and talk about what we're doing in terms of PPP as well. We have a number of projects that we do engage with in public and private partnerships. So look, it's an open invitation to anyone to come and approach me afterwards. Thank you.
JS Suja Menon.
Quickly, 3 probably main things, Nikita. You mentioned, I think, about the need for a steering committee in terms of in your last thing. We already have structured working groups under the Quad. In fact, we have the Quad Infrastructure Coordination Group, in fact, which I co-chair from the Indian side, and I have the my Quad partners join in. Secondly, I think about perception, the oceans that separate us are actually the oceans that connect us. So I think that perception is very, very crucial. From our side, we are happy to contribute in whatever way we can. India has always believed in sharing our resources, our skill sets, our expertise with the world, notwithstanding the huge domestic requirements. So we are willing to do that, be it PM Gati Shakti, be it Sagarmala, be it some of the other learnings that we have had at scale in India, be it some of the PPP stories. We are in fact willing to share that with the world going forward. And last but not the least, while it's important to have an outward strategy in terms of engagement with the global south, in terms of engagement with SIDS, I think we also look at it as an opportunity for us to grow together in terms of being able to address our own domestic requirements in shipbuilding and shipping, in green shipping, etc. So we look to our other Quad partners and our other Indo-Pacific partners, Maritime powers, to help us do that. And why is that important? I just want to leave that again as a marker, because we strongly believe that India's success, India's growth, India's development is not in the interest of India alone. So when we grow, we take our neighbors, we take our extended neighbors, we take our friends and partners along with us. And I think that's hugely important for the world. Thank you.
Clint, you have the last word.
Just to touch on what TJ was saying earlier, just in terms of PPP and different models, I think as APM Terminals, we've got 60 terminals globally, and we operate about 20 different models. So which model is actually correct? I don't have the answer to that. But maybe as the Quad, we can sort of sit down and actually try and establish what's the sweet spot, right? Where the Port Authority invests or the government invests in a project to bring it up to a certain capacity, and then the private player takes over a certain point of it, or just is the operator of that port. So again, I think that is more dialogue that's needed in terms of that. If I can just very quickly summarize then, I just wanted to say again, human capital. I don't think we should underestimate human capital. We really need to invest in people. We talk about smart ports. Ports are evolving. We need to evolve our people as well. They need to be smarter in terms of what they do and adapt with technology. I spoke earlier about streamlined one-window access. I think as governments, whether it's in India but across the Quad, to have single windows available across all government departments where you have a single point of contact, so that all projects come through that window, and all the bureaucracy that happens behind the window is done through government, not through L&T or through the operator. And then I also spoke a little bit about standardized government protocols. That just really brings accountability and also performance metrics. And then lastly, just the shared digital interoperability platform. We really need to start sharing data across ports so that as a shipper, I know that my cargo has been loaded in Australia and it's headed to India, and I can see that movement all along the logistics chain. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. And Clint, I'm glad you mentioned about human capital. We need to build the capacity of our people, men and women. We did not have time to get into gender, but that, that goes without saying how we need more inclusion to make our infrastructure more secure and sustainable. I think with this, thank you so much. It was such a delight to be in discussion with all the experts here. And we have a lot of food for thought, a lot of work for the Quad. And I would just say, I think for Quad countries, for infrastructure frameworks to come together, let's have a financing backbone that de-risks and scales. Let's have a regulatory spine that aligns and accelerates, and an execution muscle that delivers and endures. So Indo-Pacific just doesn't need infrastructure today. We need infrastructure that matters and that lasts, that can be built, financed, and regulated by men and women together. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking for 10 minutes, which actually means 7 minutes. Please be back here by 11:40 for our next session, which will be the last one before lunch. I repeat, be back here by 11:40. You're free to network, check out what's happening in the other halls. There's washrooms outside to the left. Just be back here by 11:40, please. Thank you so much.
I was fully expecting the sessions to be more about the physical infrastructure, the financial infrastructure, but surprise, surprise, every single panel spoke about digital infrastructure. So it gives us great pleasure, all of us here today, and the least you can do as an audience, I think, is pepper us with questions, because obviously everyone's interested. Our panel today is about digital infrastructure, the one that doesn't rust or corrode, but still needs constant care, built on code, data, and connectivity. In a way, digital infrastructure is the invisible pier that holds up everything that we do in maritime. It doesn't squeak, but it can crash. It doesn't need paint, but it does need a patch every now and then. And that's where the next gen part comes in, because every time we hear next gen tech, isn't it interesting that you have the same old problems? You have to first convince the old generation to invest in it, and then you convince the new generation to actually deploy it. Don't we all know some world-class solution sitting somewhere, completely unused, because somebody prefers Excel and their favorite printer? So this is the leap that we're trying to conquer today in this lovely panel of mine. We're looking at this at a wonderful cusp in time. The global smart port market is on an extraordinary trajectory, projected to grow from about USD 3 billion today to over USD 14 billion by 2030. What's driving that growth is the realization that every piece of data, every handshake between systems, and every AI-driven insight can save time, money, and emissions. And here in India, that transformation is picking up speed as well. Through platforms like ULIP, PCS1X, NLP Marine, Gati Shakti, they're weaving together data on multimodal transport and setting the stage for a logistics ecosystem that is transparent, interoperable, and globally competitive. The National Logistics Policy sets out a clear vision for the country, and ports like Virinium and JNPA are already showing what it means to be digital first. The next leap will come from AI-based scheduling, predictive maintenance, digital twins that mirror real-world ports, and cyber-resilient foundation that will keep it all secure. Our session is about that leap and the vision, the collaboration, and the courage that it will take to make it happen. Now, this next part is my favorite, introducing this powerhouse panel of people to you who are quite literally shaping the future of digital ports. What I love about this lineup is that it's a mix of visionaries and doers, people who have not just talked about digital infrastructure and transformation, but actually built it, broken it, rebuilt it, and made it work. Let's start with Adam Baker, right here. Vice President at Gnosis Freight, Adam sits right where the container meets the cloud, bringing visibility and execution together throughout the container lifecycle. Next, we have Gadi. Gadi Ben Moshe, Managing Director of Marine Innovators Consulting and Vice Chair at IAPH Data Collaboration Committee. The man making sure that ports aren't just smart, but securely smart. He operates at that tricky intersection of innovation and cyber resilience, where creativity meets compliance. From India's digital frontier, we have Pradeep Jayaraman, CEO of Virinium Port, which we like to call Gen Z Port. Greenfield, digital first, automated, and unapologetically ambitious. Pradeep is building a port wired for data before the first ship docks. And then we also have Sagar Ramesh from DPIIT, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. One of the policy brains behind the NLP, ULIP, and Gati Shakti, the backbone of India's logistics revolution. Sagar's the one who's ensuring India's logistics stack can talk to itself and others. From the other side of the world, we have Invar Matheson, CEO, Port of Oslo. He's going to show us what happens when green and digital truly come together. He's proving that sustainability isn't a side project, it could be a business model. And finally, We have Martin, who's promised to be naughty, by the way, so please hold him to that. We have Martin Thiessen from the Port of Rotterdam, one of the original digital trailblazers. He's helped turn Rotterdam from a physical gateway to a connected data ecosystem. Proof that data can be just as valuable as cargo if you move it right. So as you can tell, we've got innovators, implementers, policy shapers, and protectors all in one room. Perfect mix to help us unpack what ports of the future really means and how we can get there together. Let's dive right in. Now there's my plan and there's what will actually happen. My plan is to structure this conversation around two fundamental questions: setting a vision and what happens during implementation. And then we keep 15 minutes to actually talk with the audience. I'm hoping that we have questions coming in as well. Let's dive in. So the first question is largely centered around having a tech-driven vision and what the journey has been thus far. Let me start with you, Martin. What was the biggest mindset shift that helped Rotterdam evolve from a physical gateway to a digital hub? When did this vision truly begin? And what did it take to mobilize everyone from dock workers to decision makers around it? Over to you.
And thanks for the question. Well, that's actually 5 questions already, but thanks a lot. No, I think Port of Rotterdam, we started digitalization somewhere in the 70s, 80s, right? With our first port procurement system, understanding that you need to be able to distribute data within your port ecosystem, same as you distribute cargo. It has been evolving, and I think COVID has been a massive accelerator, where we had containers of the Kiel in Rotterdam, but the documents, physical documents, still in the factory in China. We all recognize that example. I think so that really was the realization that ports are nodes in a global network. So supply chains, traditionally since the medieval times, have been linear. And we hire a guy because I can talk your language, so we hire a guy to translate. And this industry is built on the lack of transparency and the lack of trust. And that's business models. And that's what we're breaking up, right? So we need to understand that we're nodes in a network connected, and it's not a linear process anymore. So assets alone is not going to cut it. You need to be connected along the lines. That's the first. And I think the second part, and that's the most difficult one, is understanding that we need to think about data. And if you talk trade, we talk trade facilitation, but the entire world thinks documents. And now we're in the digitalization, and we see great VLMs and AI where we digitize documents, but the output is still a document. We need to get rid of that. We need to think of what data populates a document as a result. But it's about the data sharing. Because customs clearance can be done without a document if the data is available. But what data do you need? And you need to standardize that, right? You need to agree on what is the standard. And we don't need more standards in the world, please not. But we need to agree on which one to use. And then we need to build a governance model around it. And we need to build harmonized APIs so that at least we know where to get the data. So I think for me or for us as Rotterdam and as a port, we look at data standards, providing the digital infrastructure, same as we do in the physical world with key walls. And that's where we stop. That's where we leave it to the market to develop their business models. But that part is very important, because if you start with the business model and everyone will have their piece, then you start to protecting again, and then you start to again build your own ecosystem, not trusting the other, and that's the thing we need to break.
Thank you so much. So a few things that stuck out to me. Firstly is just how early you started this journey compared to many parts of the world. But they do say, tongue-in-cheek, that the early bird might get the worm, but the early worm gets eaten. So those of us who are starting a little later than you have the benefit of the increased pace in technology, the huge learning that abounds, and I think we might just keep you on your feet as well.
That's a very big risk, indeed. No, you're completely right, and I think that's also one of the things that's so important to have these conversations is to have that learning ecosystem together. We're not pretending we are the best or we solved it all. No, we figured a way out that worked for us. But like you said, there's different technologies, different ecosystems, different cultures, different geopolitical systems that we need to understand and connect. So it's not that Rotterdam is the example to the world. It worked for us, but we need to be interoperable.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that you put it that way. Let me direct my next question to you, Adam. From your vantage point, what is the vision to make global logistics systems interoperable, especially across different countries, standards, and technologies in the Indo-Pacific? How do we make these invisible digital bridges as reliable as the physical ones? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mira. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Gnosis Freight, maybe a little bit of background can help a little bit in understanding some of the things that I say, because I think everybody knows what a lot of these guys do. So Gnosis Freight is a logistics technology company, and we created a new category of technology that we call container lifecycle management. And essentially what that is a software platform and a data model that is designed to help BCOs, NVOs, ocean carriers, port and terminal operators track and manage their containers, basically from when the container is dispatched to go get loaded with goods all the way until it's returned empty to the terminal. We created this technology, the data model in particular, because we could not find a source or multiple sources of data that was good enough for us to be able to create process improvements and automations for our customers. So we went out and created this new data model that essentially provides the most complete and accurate container tracking data available in the world. We built this for the BCO, and I think it's really important for everybody in this room to kind of realize or to keep in mind that ultimately everything that we're talking about doing here is in service to the BCOs, the beneficial cargo owners, the companies that are manufacturing, the retailers that are, you know, basically the ones that we need to have coming into the ports. And from there, just with our data, it's evolved into also taking that data and combining it with payment rails. We just created a new system for Hapag-Lloyd, which is a demurrage management system that's being rolled out across the United States right now. So to go to your question, you know, the challenge with interoperability is the number of stakeholders that are involved in the shipping of a container. You know, you've got the ocean carriers, you've got the ports, you've got rail carriers potentially, trucking companies, BCOs, customs agencies. You guys know more than I do as far as everybody that's involved in it. But every single one of these players has a different part to play in the shipment. It's a giant puzzle with every single provider providing different pieces of that puzzle. And in some cases, those puzzle pieces are kind of the same. You might have multiple ocean carriers that are providing an ETA for a specific shipment, but they're giving you different ETAs. So there's a lot of situations where, you know, one company uses this to mean that, and the other one uses that to mean this. So there's a lot of different languages that are used and a lot of different meanings. And so the challenging thing about it, and really what we think is needed, is creating a translation layer across all of these different disparate data sources. Something that can go really where each individual community is, whether that's a country, a port, a terminal operator, whoever it is, and go to their technology level and pull the data from them in whatever format it is, add it to the data model, translate it all so that it makes sense with the rest, and then be able to provide it back to them. Because if you get to the point where you're just waiting for everybody to adapt or adopt to the same system or the same standards, it's going to take forever. We saw even with the shipping container itself, it took a long time to standardize that. And so that's going to be one of the biggest challenges, is getting everybody to adapt to that. And they have their own systems, they have their own languages. It's very costly to make those changes within their systems. So that translation layer that can pull and then push back is going to be, I think, in my opinion, what's really needed. And something that's agnostic as well. So not something that is owned by a single country, not owned by a terminal operator or an ocean carrier, because there's competitive advantages that people don't want to give up. We saw that with, was it TradeLens, I think it was, right? Maersk and Nobody wanted to really adopt it because they didn't want to give them their data. So somebody that's agnostic, that doesn't have a stake in those specific areas, but can provide that data infrastructure, I think is going to be what's needed.
Thank you so much. You raised several good points. And I also, went back to what Martin also said. We don't need another standard because you can't call it a standard if everyone's inventing one. It's not standard anymore. And I also really liked what you talked about having agnostic technology. Tongue-in-cheek, I think responsibility lies with those on the at the dais right now, because everybody didn't try to reinvent the container. We had specs and everybody followed it. Everybody didn't try to reinvent the harmonized code for customs. The world over follows it. But somehow we haven't yet quite got there as technology providers. So I think, yes, it's lovely to have a panel that has that as a mission. Let me come to the next person. Gadi, I'd like to direct a question to you. I think it flows in quite nicely with where we are. Port ecosystems is a buzzword, a way to get people on the same platform. Are port ecosystems collaborating fast enough beyond the technology layer in trust, in governance, and in innovation adoption? From your work on the IAPH white paper, what do you believe are the top 3 actions that could truly accelerate digital adoption worldwide?
Thank you, Mira, for this question. And yes, I think that the work with IAPH, with the International Association of Ports and Harbors, is one of the examples of the international collaboration to make the global maritime supply chain more efficient. And yes, we published in IAPH, we published 2 years ago a white paper called the Mindset Shift Towards Innovation in Ports. And one innovation in this white paper, it was very short, 12 pages, because nobody today have time to read hundreds of pages. But we try to be very focused on which actions a port shall take to enhance the innovation in the ports, and part of the innovation is also the digital transformation of the port. If I may choose the most relevant actions that we described there, and I invite everybody to read this white paper. First of all, it's the organizational structure of the port. It's one important activity, because it's not innovation in a port or digital transformation. It's not enough that the CIO will do it as a part-time job when it's maintaining the IT systems of the port. We need a chief innovation officer at the port, a chief innovation officer that he reports to the high management of the port, because in introducing innovation in ports, it's a challenge, because we are operational, everybody is busy in the port, handling the cargo. Who have time to innovation and digital transformation and re-engineering the processes? So it's important that this chief innovation officer will have the support of the high management, so he can receive the attention that he needs from the different divisions of the port. So this is one thing. The second thing is, when we talk on innovation, a lot talk about hackathons in ports, and it's great, but a hackathon have to be part of a plan for implementation of innovation. So there are a number of tools. There is hackathons, challenges, there are pilots. Everything is great, but it shall be as a part of a plan for the implementation of the innovation. Because let's also take into consideration the needs of the startups themselves. Most of them don't want the couple of thousand of euro, dollars, rupees that they receive if they win the hackathon. They want to sell their product. So let's do a hackathon that develops to a pilot, that develops to purchasing and implementing a solution. So also, at the moment that you do a hackathon, please assure the financial capabilities to implement at the end this innovation that you will find there. Okay, so everything shall be part of a plan and not just individual actions that you do in the port. And this is the second thing. And the third thing is also that innovation, you don't do it alone, okay? You need to cooperate. I said before about the cooperation inside the organization, but also the cooperation with the stakeholders. You talk about the BCOs. Okay, also innovation shall be done and coordinated in the port with the stakeholders of the port. Then we will not only solve the challenge with innovation and digital transformation, we won't solve the challenges of the port, we will also solve the challenge of our customers with the stakeholders of the port. So this collaboration is essential, and also, of course, collaboration with academic institutions that will help you with the new blood of the students to give and research and implement innovative technologies. So this is, and I encourage everybody to read this white paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you brought out a very nice aspect in terms of we need a new role, an innovation officer, not just a CIO, also not creating digital solutions in silos, but ensuring that you have transparency in terms of a hackathon, open approach to testing best practices and purchase, and you talked about stakeholders. Lovely. Maybe this is an action point when we talk about quads, if we could have a technology-based think tank and hackathons happening and give it some action points to have a quarterly hackathon where we could invite innovators to come and demonstrate so that the ports in the quad could pick. Thank you. Thank you so much. Question to you, Ingvar. How and when did the digital vision for Norway's port first get articulated? What were the key drivers in securing investment and building the initial traction? How long did it take from setting a vision to seeing visible results?
Yes, thank you for the question. I'm more of a generalist than the speakers before me. So I will start to put Port of Oslo a little bit in context. We have a trifecta of challenges. We're going to grow our business by 50% within the current strategy period. We're going to cut the greenhouse gas emissions by 85% within 2030. That includes our customers, of course, because Port of Oslo as a company has been fossil-free itself since 2018. And we're going to do that on 50% of the historical port area. We are shrinking. The areas that we are moving away from will be city developed. So that is put into context and then explains our vision. Port of Oslo, the world's most effective and environmentally friendly city port. And then to the national focus. Norway is a small country when it comes to the number of people, especially compared to India. But we have actually the second largest coastal line of any country in the world. And therefore we have a lot of ports. I'm the current chair of Ports of Norway. There's a ports association, which have 60 publicly owned ports as members. And what we saw, we are the largest port in Oslo, and often we take a role in that, and together with the Ports Association. And so to a specific project that we have done, which I'm quite proud of, because it also can be shared around the world. Because the ports are the link in between sea and lands, and it matters how we conduct our business, both with the efficiency and also more efficiency, there will be less pollution as well. So for effective key planning and docking, it's crucial that both the ship, the agents, the stevedores, and the port administration, etc., have access to essential information and about the port and our infrastructure. And until a few years, this was absolutely far from the case. And information was stored in Excel files and paper documents in drawers and shelves, and sometimes only one person knew about it. It's not really a secure way of doing business, basically, and very inefficient. So we have our CTO, she came from DNV, and when she came into the port as a key engineer, and then she moved up to the ranks, and she saw that we don't have enough control of what of our own assets. And by coincidence, was two initiatives that were started in parallel. Ours, another one by the Norwegian Mapping Authority, a governmental body that's in charge of the official sea charts and land maps of Norway. And, but we had the same goal. We wanted a standardized data set for port information. So we joined forces and conducted, established our project together. And then the first step was to gain overview of which objects are in the port and which one are relevant for digitalization and what attributes were needed to describe them. So after evaluating the current situation, the next step was establishing a standard user set through user needs analysis. And the main objective there was to identify the most ones and how to handle them in the data set. And basically what we did, then we used green laser, so we measured every object in the port area on the quayside. Bollards, water filling points, and also the depths and fendering and everything. So basically we created our digital twin. And what was interesting is that this digital twin and the common framework for the port data set has become the Norwegian standard when ISO certified. And this is what's so important. I know that a lot of big ports around the world have done something similar, but they are not sharing it so well. This is an open source API that can easily be shared. And that's why I'm also here to spread the word. Actually, we had a gathering in North Sea Port. It's a big port in Europe. And they were about to start this very journey. The guy in charge, and he wasn't quite sure how to start. I said, well, speak to my CTO. And now we are there helping them out. And that's, I think, is the great thing about doing this, that we can share. And as you said, if you are the earliest, others can benefit from that. And we are more than happy to share what we're doing.
Thank you so much. What I took away immediately was the fact that to lay out the vision, it took two, bodies with government backing to sort of say, this is who we want to be, and then put in the investment and the time and money to make that happen. Is that right?
Yes, because the second part of the question, I almost forgot that, is how this was financed. And basically, this was a part funded by the Norwegian Coastal Agency, another governmental body. And I have to say the effect of this measure have been immediate. And that's because the processes now have been streamlined through automation and system integration, basically minimizing manual input and reducing administrative overhead. And of course, faster turnaround of the ships will also lead to less emissions while in port. And also, I think that's a benefit by being efficient. You are reducing the carbon footprint. So no more Excel sheets for us.
Thank you so much. Also about the Open API, excellent news. I'm going to check it out myself for my company. And I think that could be another immediate action point. At least all ports in the Quad should present open APIs with the maximum information so that we make it easier to collaborate and to share information. Thank you so much. Moving on to you, Sagar. Can you tell us about the Government of India's digital vision for the maritime and logistics sector? What's next on the roadmap? Also, as a secondary follow-up, how are ULIP, PCS1X, Gati Shakti working together? And what is the long-term vision realization on the national logistics policy? Over to you.
Thank you, Mira. Good afternoon, everyone. In fact, just we talked about the API, and starting from the first session, like the emphasis is coming finally to the digitization and digitalization. So let me tell you, when we are talking about the PM Gati Shakti or the national logistics policy, The digitalization is the core principle on which everything is being stacked upon. When I talk about the PM Gati Shakti, it is nothing but ideally a digital stacks where we have a API based all the infrastructures is geo-mapped. When we talk about again the digitization, I think first we need to talk about the processes and how the things are moving. So digitization is the software part. When we talk about, like just give a small example, first it was a paper movement, A to B, then B plus C to D. Now digitization, and we talk about more of the software building, it's just building a code. Now the thing is that everywhere it is not constant. When the earlier panelists said about there are 2,000 ports across the globe, and I'll tell you there are 40,000 combination of this arriving to the D. So writing a proper software is first setting up the processes first, how we do the business. Again, coming to this, the policy making, I would first would like to bring certain dots. Ultimately, what we are talking, the Quad or the other bilateral or the multilateral things, everything starts with the cargo. The consumers, shippers, and ultimate the citizen based across the globe. And then it comes to the ease of doing business, cost of doing business. We have to deal with the tariffs. We have to deal with the customs regulated things. That is very important to protect the cyber security and the other national laws, land of the laws. But when we're talking about the policy, when we started with this PM Gati Shakti or National Logistics Policy, first we did work on the 4 things like formalization, standardization, rationalization, and on the 4th step, a digitization. So I'll just touch 10 seconds. PM Gati Shakti, we have mapped all the assets across the country on a single platform. So we have the visibility. So when we trade with each other, when we have to build the trust with each other, I think that visibility is there. It's across the Indian government, central government ministries, state government ministries, and I'll be glad to share. Now we have just last month opened this platform for the private and the public sector. So they, when they're planning the infrastructure planning, because that's what like we make the policies, we make the things easy for our private people, be it domestic as well as the international players who are building the assets in the country. So the first thing, making the policy, ease of doing business, reducing the cost of doing business, and digitization is not the choice, it is a compulsion today. That is first thing. Second thing, when we are talking about the visibility of the cargo, so that is what under the National Logistics Policy, we have a ULIP. ULIP is again nothing but an API. So ULIP is no system, there is no software. It is just an API which connects 40 systems as on date across 11 ministries, be it road transport, be it railway transport, be it customs or the trucks or the transporters, or for that matter, even the containers, vessels discharging at the port. So when we talk about the cargo visibility, at least we can assure as India, we have that visibility available, and more important, it is a digital public infrastructure. So it is a free software or platform provided. There are 1,300 private companies are being collaborated. So we are just making the APIs available. There are 200 plus use cases, which is because platform software is for the businesses is not useful unless there is an application is being made. My co-panelists, in fact, they're using that applications. So it is like API. So you get the data, you get the visibility, you build applications. So 200 private players, I think many of among the the people sitting, they must be using the ULIP, the Indian side at least. So that is one thing, API going best. Now, just coming to the last thing, we have a fantastic softwares at the Rotterdam, Oslo ports, but the interoperability and talking to each other is a problem. We need to develop the trust base. I think software we have made for the facilitation, but we are using again as a trade barrier. We are trying to make the software so, strong that nobody should crack it. That should be my selling point. But it doesn't give the interoperability. I can't read, I can't talk to that system. So I think going together with this platform, we have to work, we have to talk to each other, we have to make the systems open, but we can't, it's vulnerable. So I think going ahead, API-based systems are the key. We have the NLP Marine, which is again under the Sagarmala or Maritime India vision. We'll be talking in some session today or tomorrow in the other hall in the premises. So that is again the NLP Marine. We have, in fact, like it's very important for globally to understand, when we talk about the 11,500, the coastline, our two ports on the western, on the eastern sits across 10,000, that is roughly 7,000 miles, and then talk to each other. Means that was I was talking about. Then we build the systems. They had their own softwares, the state-of-the-art softwares, but they were not talking to each other. The processes were not talking to each other. The rules of the land were different. What the combination I was talking were different. So we tried to we standardized the process under one nation, one process. So we standardized the process across all 75. We have a 200 operational ports out of that 2,000 in India. So the 75 operational ports, cargo handling ports, we are trying to make a standardized process under ONOP, that is one nation, one process, and that will be based on the NLP Marine, which I think is the core of the digitization. Thanks. I'll speak in the next about the problems.
Thank you so much. I seek 30 seconds to give a personal input on what Sagar has just shared. I had the extreme privilege of being part of the team that rolled out the PCS1X and did some of this description that he talked of in terms of the stakeholder and the process optimization. I have to say, Gadi, they really did it that way. Two things, I think for a country like India, democracy in its truest sense, meaning you just can't force people to do anything. And despite that, to be able to bring collaborative panels together, to have so many different stakeholders agree on one way to do things, and then, you know, develop software and API along with it, it really has been a success in terms of how it is run through. And it also, I think, woke up, at least from the Indian perspective, woke up the private sector, because the private sector had gotten very used to blaming the government for anything that was wrong and taking the credit for everything that was right. But I think in the recent past, in terms of change management, there has been huge improvement. Is it perfect? Not yet, but it's in the right direction. Thank you so much. Question to Pradeep. Pradeep, Virinyam Gen Z port, conceptualized as a digital first, automated from day one. What has that journey been like, embedding IoT, data, and automation from the start? What lessons do you think legacy ports can draw from your experience thus far?
Thank you. Normally, we can write a small book around how we went through in the last year and a half. Nothing short of going through a world's largest roller coaster ride, right? So fully action-packed. Let me start with why I said that is because being India's first automated port, we were staring at a lot of unknown unknowns. There were no talent, none of us had the experience who had run a port like this. So we had to start from there, right? So that was the first thing. Second thing is, whatever testing that you do, they say that in theory everything is practical, but in practical it is not, right? So we don't know what we are going to anticipate, and especially in a thing like a port operations. So we wanted to bring the first vessel and then do whether the systems and automation and everything works. And we were not sure if the first box is going to come out of the vessel. We berthed the vessel, we were not sure, and ministers were waiting, staring, it is India's historic moment, I want to see the first container offloaded. And we tried to tell that, no, there is immigration process, customs process, first ship, we have to do puja, you come after like 5-6 hours, we'll hold. But he says, no, I'll wait. Right, so that was the scenario, and thank God that after 2 hours the first box came out. But almost all systems failed. So we took about a month break. We thought we did a good job. So we said that now we are ready to actually get the next set of ships. and then that arrives. The remaining systems that did not fail, that failed. Right? So from there to today, we have crossed 1 million in less than a year, more than 100% of our theoretical capacity. It's been a phenomenal kind of ride and a journey for us. But I'll tell you from why we should get into automation, what is the learning for the rest of the ports, right? The first question that everybody asks is, has your productivity increased compared to a manual terminal, right? What is your turnaround time? Some of wrong questions still gets asked, even after so many years of being in this industry. You can never beat a human brilliance. Your performance increases based on who the operator are, whether it's a Diwali day or a Christmas day, what mode those people are in. But an automation gives you a very, very consistent performance. Whatever productivity you reach, I'm not saying it is low productivity. It keeps improving when you fine-tune the systems, and it gives you, whether it is rain and shine and Christmas and New Year's, Diwali, operators coming, not coming, it is going to give a consistent performance. So your ability to plan, schedule things is top-notch. Second is the safety aspect itself. This is one of the industries which is incident prone, and then those are almost eliminated, if you use technology and automation. Third thing I would say is from the perspective of your error rates and mistakes that you make. Wrong container got loaded, went somewhere else. Some other issues happened, disputes, the container was in good condition, bad condition, cargo theft. Almost all of it can be eliminated because there is no manual intervention. And the last portion, which we also demonstrate here is this is brought in a real equal opportunity employment to various set of people, because it was physical force and male-dominated industry, and that has kind of significantly changed when the moment you bring in automation. So you have a lot of women crane operators in our port. You have quite a bit of multiple skilled people that are in place. So from productivity perspective, safety perspective, and equal opportunity employment perspective, this is error rate reduction perspective. This is fantastic. I can keep listing a bunch. I just thought I'll give you the top ones. What we need to learn on this is some of the things which we realize that this is the way to go, because we see that we have kind of reached the peak performance of what the manual terminals are. So it is not that automated are going to be maybe lower, and it is upwards after this. But the interesting things is the traditional way of thinking in terms of everything goes by rule of thumb. If you have a ship, this many cranes, this many trucks, this many yard cranes, all that can be challenged and questioned. Second thing is, using technology, your capacity increases. When I say your capacity increases, you can handle more cargo with the same kind of infrastructure that you have. That's something which, in a country like India, I think that is something which is needed, because getting a new port up and running is years away. The third thing is, what we need to also think through is your traditional mechanical, electrical engineering and other things has changed, because all these machines are sensorized, so you need a different set of skill set. A lot of things, you had a very traditional network engineer or an IT manager in ports, but significant amount of data flows, machines are connected, so you need to know people who are cyber aware, people who need to have a different kind of a mindset from the server configuration, server management, applications, because multiple applications come together, and you need the skill sets which is going to be significantly different, right? So that is what it is, right? So now that we have started up and running, and we are really excited. See, one of the things is also that when we were going ahead of this port, we were not even sure what to benchmark or where to benchmark from. So we ended up in Rotterdam to see how they performed. And I always say that Rotterdam is in, I think somebody mentioned about it, I think in your question earlier. So they are in iPhone 12. We are in iPhone 17, right? So it's the same company who worked with them, worked with us too. But that's that, we were late, but we got the latest things. And what we also realized is when we had this interaction with them, they said it took about 7 odd years for them to stabilize for various reasons, and we could do it in 7 months. So that's the biggest advantage. Things have significantly changed of late, right? So summary, I said technology is the way to go, automation is the way to go, and it is going to bring in a lot of changes from the way we look at this whole industry.
Thank you so much. I love the way you ended, because that's why we called you the Gen Z port, because somebody took 7 months and you took, 7 years and you took 7 months. And we must recall that once AI comes, there'll be somebody else on the panel that says, I did it in 7 days. So that's just the way things go. We started a little late, and if we do want to finish on time, then I'm going to actually shift this around a little with your permission. I'd rather than just give one question and all of you can take a stab at it. In your experience thus far, very quickly, the biggest enabler, one, and the biggest blocker, one, that you faced, and what do you think the quad ports of the future should pick up from that and start with? Let me start with you, Adam. Sure. So in your experience, if you could name one which you think is the biggest enabler to the digital revolution or ports of the future, and the biggest blocker, and is there a takeaway for the quad from that?
I'll start with the biggest blocker, and I think Ingvar, you might have talked about it before, but data access. Coming from a company that builds a data model, that is the biggest challenge for us every single day, is being able to get access to the data. There's a lot of companies out there in the ports, terminals, ocean carriers, whatever it might be, that are still either using EDI. In some cases, we have to get people to send us Excel spreadsheets, flat files, and then we have to extract all the data. And it's really, really challenging to build robust data models and provide the data that ultimately all of our customers and stakeholders need if there isn't good access to it. I know I've talked to some of our customers, one in particular is a big tire company based out of Germany. And with some of the ports that they were exporting out of in Central and South America, they literally did not have a way to provide any data. So how are you going to track it? How are you going to know what's going on if you can't get any of that information? So that's the biggest blocker. The biggest enabler is really just going to be, I would say, and I kind of hate to say it, but advances in AI, and particularly surrounding machine learning. We've been using various forms of that for quite a few years, and the more data you get and the more data you're able to ingest and the more data you're able to analyze and understand, the better you can get at making predictions, the better your data models get, and the more we can do that in connecting and making that data available, I think that's gonna really drive a lot of the future. And then being able to connect all of the different phases of the life cycle of the container, because as from a BCO's perspective, they kind of look at it in 3 different macro life cycles. You've got before the ocean journey, during the ocean journey, and then after the ocean journey, which everybody here that's involved with the ports is kind of involved in the beginning and the end of that. But then there's also, once it goes on rail, and then trucking, and there's all of these different, like I talked about before, all of these different puzzle pieces that create that full puzzle. And without being able to connect all of those together seamlessly and then across countries, across regions and whatnot, we're gonna stay where we've been at for many years.
Thank you for that response, and I've got a feeling that everybody else is going to largely respond the same. We're more alike than we realize. So I'm going to turn the question around and say, what is an action point that we would like to give the Quad pushback? What would we like to see happen to actually make ports of the future more of a reality sooner? Over to you.
I think that what will make it sooner, it's people. It's people that understand that the digital transformation, the introduction of innovation, it's a must for their own welfare, the country welfare, and the global welfare. It's people that understand that they need to adapt, and we talk about the lack of some skills in the market. So that's those people that will understand that today there is a lack of cybersecurity experts, and of course also in the maritime domain. So they will take themselves, and we as a country, as organizations, will help them do this transition from one expertise to another. Okay, the future of work is something that we have together to spend time on that and help to upgrade and upscale our the people in our port and in our organizations. Continuing with people, it's people that are aware of the cybersecurity risks, and also in the implementation of the emerging technologies. Another white paper that, guidelines that IAPH published in June this year. It's the cyber resilience guidelines for emerging technologies, and it's important for people to be aware of the risk that emerging technologies are introducing. You know, we talk about, everybody is talking about AI. I'm sure that in the ports here, there is a lot of drones going around the skies. Did anybody look at the cyber risk of those drones? Did anybody did the cyber risk assessment of those AI implementation? I'm not sure. So one thing that remember from here, cyber security by design. Please implement digital transformation, implement emerging technologies, but cybersecurity is the key for a resilient and autonomous, automated maritime supply chain. Cybersecurity by design.
Thank you so much. I think you can pass it on. You don't want to push back? You can push back too.
Is it the same question, or because you keep changing, you think about an answer and you end up changing the question, right? So,
Sorry, you said mischief. You're getting it. No, it's the same question, because I think that we have this unique privilege of putting a few action points on the table for Quad, and I don't think we should lose that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
See, one of the challenges, when we talk about, the ports of the future, one thing which we need to realize is the sheer number of stakeholders, I think, that gets involved in moving a box from one place to the other. I don't know if you're not from the industry, you will not be even thinking about, how much, when I was in technology and analytics many years back, we did a quick check of container gets into the port gate and then it gets loaded in the ship. How many data points it creates is something like 200, right? So that is inside the port. And then you have CFSs, agents, government agencies, right, trucking, you name it, and transporters, rail operators. And each one of them are in hundreds. And then many countries, their own rules and regulations, right? We lot have, especially for our Sagar, so for government agencies and generally as countries together, we need to figure out a way to simplify this, the sheer number of stakeholders and the handholdings that gets involved. The second thing is we also need to understand their ability to scale up along with us, right? So today we have done a fantastic port, an automated port, but certain processes are manual, not because I am not ready, the ecosystem is not ready, right? So the maturity level of the stakeholders is also something that we need to keep into mind. And how can we bring them on the digital platform that we are thinking about? I think those are the 2-3 things that we should really, focus on from our side.
Thank you. I fully agree, particularly on the education aspect as a method to ensure the ecosystem gains maturity as well. Thank you. Over to you, Anwar.
Yes, what I would say first and foremost is the key words is collaboration, cooperation, co-development. And I think in Norway we have a great maritime cluster, and in the maritime cluster have gone together and established something called Green Shipping Forum. There we have technology providers, ship owners, ports, and similar is in there. And they discuss a lot of matters together, even though some of them at other parts of their daily life are competitors. So they have developed a mantra that goes, cooperate when you can, compete when you must. And by doing that, actually that have opened source for public funding that enhance everyone. And in Norway we have a governmental body called Enova that provide support for immature solutions. And through this program, all the stakeholders are gaining. And the ones who are not with, they will soon lose the possibility to get funding. For instance, for shore power. Shore power in Norway now considered a mature matter. So no longer are the support, given support for that. So I think collaboration is key. Too many times up through the times we had ports, which I represent, have developed their own proprietary systems. And that is not a good way for both collaboration or standardization. So I think I repeat my 3 words from the beginning.
Thank you so much. I must also congratulate the people who organized this, because although we said Quad, we have experts from outside the Quad. And I hope that we continue to do that, because I think that's the key thing. Here are professionals who don't feel left out because they're not in the fore. But here they are to sort of share with us the knowledge and expertise that they hold. So I hope that we continue by the virtue of forums or other working groups to harness this. Thank you. Martin?
Yeah, so you asked for an action item, right? So global trade is not within Quad, so it's global. And I'm going to fully echo Pradeep's point on what's needed in terms of data. It was said, we have all the data, but we don't understand each other. And my take here is that we don't need more data. Because just putting all data in an API, which is ungoverned, and just hoping that AI will come in and magically we have the full seamless supply chain is not going to happen. Right? So to my point is, my action item would be, go back to data elements. What data elements drive global trade? And for a vessel visit, we know it's 2 elements on operational, 4 on nautical, and 50 on administrative data sets. And that's what we're working with IAPH on an IMO. If you share that, you can facilitate a port call. The rest is for local purposes. We're part of geopolitics, so that will always be there. But we need to define the minimal data set. ICC has done a great job on digitizing trade documents, and 80-20 applies. With 20% of the data elements, you can populate 80% of global trade documents. With 20% of operational data, you can facilitate 80% of your port processes. So let's come together on what are these 20%. And let's put that in a harmonized governed API, not by a commercial company, not by a country, but by a country like IMO. We need to figure it out. And then you have an harmonized API that data is shared that you can run your business on, and your local data needs can be local. Because I'm for sure, we have a lot of data in Rotterdam that, yeah, it's very needed for Rotterdam business models, but is of no interest for India, and the other way around. So creating an enormous amount of data is not going to help a global trade. So back to data elements, minimal data sets, and discuss and govern how we share that minimal data set between port ecosystems as nodes in trade. Because then we can stay away from politics. We can stay away from money, from business models.
Yes, what I'm also hearing is we should invite people from who've already done work on the subject rather than reinvent it, whether it's IAPH or the ICC, so that we then leapfrog in this area. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sagar.
Just to add what the Pradeep and Martin said, the data points, I think currently the global business is driven by the steamer agents and the custom brokers who knows about these data points. So it's okay, fine. They are doing the business, it's a facilitation. But going forward, having a global supply chain, we are talking about global value chain. I think this was the history we were doing the business. We need to redefine the data sets. And having said that, now how to do it? I think we already have an established platform in the G20. We have already adopted a final document which is having the digitization of the trade documents. G20 countries have already agreed on it, which needs to now we have to take it on the execution level. They have already defined the 10 principles. I'll not read the 10 principles, but that covers all the aspects. We need to set up a joint working group. I think before system talking to each other, we need to talk to each other with an open mind, open mindset, open system. Let's have a best practices share. We have a lot of the best fantastic systems with IAPH or the Singapore Trade Trust or the other portals. There are n number of portals who is giving the final application to the traders or to the consumers. What we need to create a framework, a master application, which is more API based, one best practices we would like to share. That is in the IMEC corridor, which is called the Maitri. Maitri is a friendship, what we call. The full form states a master application for international trade and regulatory documents. Having said that, we need to adopt the UN escape, UN MLTR principles. For that, I think each individual country has to work together because we need to bring the legal aspects, technological aspects, human capital training. So there are 4 principles. We are working on the Bharat TradeNet, where we are trying to give a digital or the legal, basis for this digitization of the trade document. And under the G20 and UN escape MLTR, I think a joint working group would be a way forward, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you also for bringing up MLETR, which is a topic very close to my heart. I was hoping someone would touch upon it. I would like to bring this panel to a close, but after I give opportunity to the audience, we have tried to do what we were bid to do, keep it practical and keep it action-based. Please do send your questions across to any of the panelists sitting here. We'd be happy to answer. This is not done. In all your panels, you spoke tech. Here's a set of people on the line of fire. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this very insightful panel. My name is Philippa. I'm with the Norwegian Embassy in Delhi, and I work on oceans, but also digital public goods. So I was very heartened to hear the word digital public infrastructure being dropped in the conversation, and really being very inspired by what India has done with the whole digital public infrastructure journey across ID, across payments. I'm just curious to see what the Indian government now is working on in terms of many of the initiatives that you mentioned, especially Mr. Ramesh Rao. So how can this DPI be made a DPG, like a digital public good for the whole sector? And that actually ties together all of what the points that you made at the end with the data sharing and the data points that are already out there. So how can we make that a unified conversation using open data, open systems, and the API that was mentioned, and Martin, you also mentioned this 20% needed only from the data to kind of formalize everything. So I'm just curious, how do you take that formally? Like, is it going to be in the IMO? Is it going to be, an international collaboration to make such a digital public good? And this is something that Norway very much supports in general. So thank you.
Yeah, I think everybody can answer, but point is that we need to have a more multilateral. We have a WCO, World Customs Organization. IMO deals differently on the ship side, on the regulation and all these things. But I think technology is going to be driving it in the next decade. Whether we adopt it, resiliently or willingly, that's how we have to decide, because the AI and all these things, the technology is going to driven the process. That's going to come anyway. But if we can make it, together, the collaboration way, using any platform, I think that should not be issue. We have to do it collaboratively. That's what, if anybody want to add it.
Yeah, and that's why I echo that, Sagar. And it's choosing. It's a governance question, right? So vessel related, it's IMO. That's the only body. Trade, we can go for customs related WCO. We can use G20. And it's the same as with standards. It's going to be the adoption is going to be that drives it. So with like-minded ports, and we're doing it the nautical part with IAPH, since they have a seat at IMO, but also together with the BIMCO. So we create mass. And if you talk trade, then maybe it's WCO, and that's where so Netherlands and India yesterday announced an LOI on a greener digital corridor. So that's where our customs are coming together, and where we're bringing this jointly to WCO. We have a similar collaboration with Singapore, where we have the same topics. We also bring to WCO. So it's a governance game. It's not that there is one institution, but it's a coalition of the willing. It's a trust. It's these kind of sessions that matter, where we can bring it to a forum that will actually govern it.
I would like to add, if I may, to that. It's that I think that it's a lot of good willing around the world. Okay, a lot of organizations with good willing. Okay, we have BIMCO, we have FIATA, we have IAPH, and I think that the collaboration between those organizations is what is important. And we at IAPH have a coalition with FIATA, with BIMCO, with TIC40, IPCSA, and other organizations trying to do this effort. So this is one thing, and let's continue doing that. Let's not take in all those efforts for different directions. Let's combine together and do together this effort. Then second thing, it's another thing that I want here people to remember. Let's stop talk about data sharing and start talk about data collaboration. Okay, data sharing is something that people are reluctant sometimes to do. And I invite you to read a blog that we wrote with IAPH and the World Economic Forum about the 5 principles of data collaboration between private and public organizations, in which also this mindset shift we are trying to do. So thank you.
Yeah, I completely resonate with that. I'll just hand it to you. Also in terms of the meaning of the word, right? Sharing gives you a perception that you're giving away something that's yours. And collaborating means you're adding value that you didn't do or you couldn't do on your own. So I think that's a great tool. And overall in IT change, unless we deal with what's between the ears of everybody, we don't really bring about change. So yeah, thanks. Please.
Yeah, myself Devdutt from Tata Consulting Engineers. What I feel the recommendation should be, when you are, say, bringing a new port, we never find a chapter on digitization or the way forward on AI ML. That should be a part included in the RFP itself. That one of the recommendation, the struggle what Pradeep has gone through, or any other ports. I have not seen a single RFP. I would like to hear the experience from Norway or Rotterdam. Are you bringing in, suppose you are adding a new infrastructure to the port. How do you take it into the digital system from day one? What's your planning in the RFP? So if you put that kind of thought, I think things are much easier.
I articulate it for you or you?
I'll just start 1 second. So in our scenario also, please you continue, is the agreement that we have with the government does not mention that it has to be an automated port, right? It is our personal drive and decision that this is the way to go, which is absolutely right. I just wanted to reiterate. The struggle was for a different reason, because we don't have that experience in this part of the world, and few other things. But you are right that our agreement also did not mention that we need to bring an automated port.
What I would say is that when it comes to the governmental influence in Norway, we are working very closely with them, and we don't see that too much of a problem towards the digitalization. But what we're trying to do then is to rather move ahead ourselves, as we have the framework to do so. So I don't think we have that big of a problem in Norway with this.
I'm going to close for questions. Oh, okay, last one, please.
Hi, my name is Harsha. I run a sustainable tech company for Maritime. It's called Sustivon. The question is for Sagar, Pradeep, or even for the global leaders here. How are Indian ports measuring and reporting emission parameters in line with Fuel EU Maritime or IMO's midterm GHG measures? What steps have Indian ports taking? I just wanted to know.
Just replying to your question, I think it's 2-hour session going around on the subject, so it will be unfair on my behalf to answer this. But definitely sustainability is a key principle across the globe, whether it is a IMO net zero framework or the local practices what we are talking about. That's the integral part of it. Like every country, be it a COP or other forums, so we have the target sets. If you were there in the first session, the JNPA will be moving to the net zero by 2030. That is what is being already written. We have a Harit Sagar policy of the Ministry of Port Shipping, Government of India, which has the target going every 2 years, 3 years. We will be the exporter of the hydrogen. So are the European ports or the Oslo. I think they're already net zero or completely running on the renew ports. I think that's a part of the business. I think we don't need to talk about the policy. That's the basic inherent principle of the operation.
I'll just answer one line. We can have discussion post this. Same case, with Adani ports at a group level, not just Verinjam. We have fairly aggressive carbon neutral and net zero targets. Yeah. It is publicly announced, and in everything that is in international standards is already been followed. Yeah. So this has become a key thing for all of us, that you need to have development with responsibility, right? So that's the theme. Right? We can discuss later.
Thank you.
I just want to add, I think one, again, as an action point, we could start is making it part of an agent's reporting to also report scope 3. This is something we are doing on our platform, which connects all ports globally to ship owners. We asked the agent to do a "I hereby declare" sort of a declaration. So there's no, restriction. But what are the emissions they've consumed? How many vehicles were deployed? This is what is coming under scope 3. Might be nice. It's easy to do. It's in your hands. It can be part of your agency appointment. And then you can start gathering some data. May I close? So, because I'm getting, Indrani is giving me looks from there. So thank you so much for listening to us. And I just want to leave you with one thought that I think is pertinent. You had the first 2 sessions with experts in the field of policy, in the field of civil engineering, in setting up ports and physical infrastructure. And you heard them all talk about the importance of digitization. And then you had a panel full of digital experts, and you heard them all talk about the need to build trust and collaboration. So what always strikes me, and today was no different, is each of us have one skill set, and so we look at that which we don't yet have. So this, to me, is the fundamental need for both sides to work together if we actually need to make something change and make the Quad vision come true. So thank you all for a very patient listen, and thank you to my lovely, lovely panel. Thank you.
Right, a couple of announcements for everyone. We are proceeding to lunch, so people who have gold and platinum categories on their badges, your lunch will be served in this hall, which is outside to your right. If you have silver at the bottom of your badge, it's in hall 5, so outside of this hall to the left. After this, in about 30 minutes, perhaps sooner than that, there will be network jammers in this place. Please expect to not receive WhatsApp messages or calls. So please look at your WhatsApps on the ports group right now to be updated on the movement. The Prime Minister is expected for an address at 4 p.m. We will have to be seated in Hall 6 for his address, presumably between 2:30 to 3 p.m. Please be prepared for it. Once you're in that hall, you can't leave for a couple of hours. Please use your washrooms, etc. before that. If you have to proceed there earlier, someone in the team, IMW team, will take you and escort you. Please keep your photo IDs on you. After the session at 7 p.m., people going back to Grand Hyatt, please come back right here in the Baltic Sea Hall. We'll escort everyone out. All of this is in the Ports of the Future WhatsApp group. Have a look. See you soon.